Okay, Shalom Israel. I hope everybody's doing well today. We're back at it. Shabbat Shalom. Shout out SOW Virginia, Kazakia, SOW Houston, Quatazop, and SOW Rochester, Zion. I hope your brothers and sisters are doing well out there. Shout out to Kawaka's congregation. Shalom. And I hope everybody else is doing okay, doing Tuwab. We're about to get started on our class, but send our prayers up first. So let's get it started. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa. Nathananel. Awar. Zayawam. Tawada. Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Give it more in there.
Yeah.
Put more in there. Just put more on. Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa. Nathananel. Rayak. Nayakacha. Tawada. Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa. Nathananel. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The what?
Aman. Blessed be Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahoya, Maya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Tizalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemas, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashimoya, Makol, Rai, Yashimor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashimor, Hawaratya, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ay, I will. Amen.
Psalm 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad.
Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power is one.
Okay, Lord's Prayer. Avanayo, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Barak Waska, Taba'ah, Ratizaka, Haya, Aisha, Baratiza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Netamanayo, Lachom, Ko, Yawam, Wasarachano, Chawatino, Katsalachano, Chawatino, Wala'ah, Dabiano, Benisawin, Abo, Habashino, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amarakwa, Waha'ara, Wahataparat, La'ai. Amen.
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread.
Do that again.
The Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'aya, Laka, Alahaya, Akoyim, Ayo, Honya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2, La'a, Ta'ina, Laka, Kasal, Wala'a, Ta'ibadu.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3, La'a, Talachocha, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4, Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, La Qurashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6, La'a, Taratizak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7, La'a, Tana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'a, Tadila.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, La'a, Ta'ina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, La'a, Ta'chamat, Ko, Asherah, La'raita.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Bashim Yashad, nothing to know.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Israel Yeshabim.
Take seats.
Let me adjust this the title real quick. I didn't change the title. Salakia. Okay, let me change this title real quick. Okay, the title of the class today is Payback for Israel's Rebellion, the Fury of Antiochus Epiphanes. Okay, now we're going to go into all the negative and the pain that the Most High allowed to be inflicted on Israel. We've been going into class for weeks how in one generation of high priesthood, the entire caliber and everything we were known for in the world was just turned upside down. It was literally 6 to 7 generations of strong high priesthood, strong pushing of the Most High's morals and ways,
and great representation from the top.
And literally in a short period of time, everything fell apart. Everything fell apart.
Is that the truth when it comes? The scripture says a little leaven leavens the whole lump, or one sinner destroys much good.
This is the scary thing that happens in all schools, all camps, all churches. It's the fear that once this one generation of teaching, this one generation of development fades out, is the next generation going to sustain the same morals and ethics and mentality that the first generation held on to? This is why when we're dealing with elder brothers, when we're trying to develop elder brothers, we're trying to develop sisters who are going to be elder sisters. We're not so quick to give credit. We're not so quick to just reward younger people just because they say Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatah, or Yahweh Shema Ba Hashem Yahshai. Because one of our major worries, one of our major fears is that if we're quick to, credit people that come in here for a year, even 5 years, 6 years, that's not enough time. That's not enough time to vet a person and to know a person is of elder brother or sister status. Why do I say that? How do you know a brother or sister until you deal with adversity with them? When things are going good, everybody's good. You don't know brothers and sisters until you've seen every set of circumstances happen in their life. When things are good, you're measuring how people act when things are good. You're also measuring how people act when things don't do good. And you can't tell that until the things happen, until the adversity rises. Then you know what you're dealing with. Because this is an issue that Israel has when they just open and fabricate school after school after school after school. And they're just in this rush to open up schools in different locations. This is why when all these schools open up in such a fast time, there's always scandals going around. There's always issues going around. Because the truth is, how do you know that the person that's put up there can handle making the final decision? How do you know if the person can handle power? How do you know how a person acts when they have control?
Or when they're without a check. It's one thing to be in order when the parent's there. It's another thing when there's no parent there. Is the order the same?
And that happens. That has to be tested over time before somebody can say, yeah, this is an elder brother. Or this is an elder sister. Because what are you counting on when you say elder brother, elder sister? That's not age. The elder brother and elder sister is based upon, do they think like the teacher that taught them? That's what you're looking for. In pressure moments, how does he or she think? Does she think like the student or the teacher who taught him or her? But a lot of times, Israel wants to sit back and take the knowledge and say, I'm intelligent enough to take the information and roll. But the problem is, having the scriptural intelligence is not the same as having the spiritual training and the development that it takes to learn how to think like your teachers in different pressure situations. And that's what always has to be tested in dealing with before you elevate anybody.
Can I pause this real quick?
Well, I don't want to go. The only reason I want to,
what you're saying, is it said what you're saying?
Just real quick, but I don't want to. I'm talking long about it, but like I'm trying to make a class of it, but I'm not.
I'm not changing.
It just took me there.
I'm not changing anything at all.
Okay.
Ecclesiasticus 6 and 7.
Yes.
And we're bouncing 9 and 10. And we're making it. We're just in support of everything you said.
Okay.
Ecclesiasticus 6 and 7.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 6, verse 7. Maybe you're ready, sir.
Yeah.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 6, verse 7. If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first.
The Most High says if you get a friend someone you're going to be in a long relationship with.
Didn't Christ say, if you're going to be my friend, do what?
Do whatever I tell you.
Do whatsoever I tell you. The friendship's about, and is it really about doing everything Christ said, or is it learning and understanding how the Most High thinks through obedience?
Yeah.
Because there's one thing, and I think we all understand this, we all know how to just do what we're told and go through the motions of obedience.
Yeah.
But there is a difference between going through the motions of obedience and doing what you're told while learning and understanding why the person that's dictating orders did what he did.
Yes.
And to mimic the thinking behind it. Okay? What's taking so long? Come on, whatever's being said, let's get it done quick. Keep going.
But we're dealing with, if you have a friend, it says prove him first. Prove means to try. That's obvious. But no one says how long to prove.
Done.
The longness of the proving period is seeing every stage of the spirit in every scenario necessary to fully, completely trust. That's stage one. Finish the scripture in support of what the war is saying.
It says, if thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty.
And the second part is the Most High is warning Israel. Be not hasty. That means quick. Now, we have a human hasty, and there's also a spiritual form of hasty, where we think common sense logic hasty. Oh, man, 2 or 3 years, you can pick this up in 2 or 3 years. But spiritually, the spirit takes a long time to reveal itself and grow.
And a lot of times we're hasty because we don't want to do the job no more. Sometimes when we get burnt out of doing the same repetitive things, we want to just disseminate and give the responsibility away because we don't want to give it up. We don't want to sit back here and do it anymore. Mm-hmm. That's the hastiness. And when we do that, we give it to people who aren't really tried. You almost have to be like, I'm not giving this shit. Somebody got to force me out.
Exactly.
You almost have to be that way in order to go against your nature of wanting to just get away and not do the work anymore.
Exactly.
That's a real thing that happens at upper leadership once you do it enough.
And I feel like the best example of that in the scriptures was Joshua. Because Joshua put years in just studying Moses.
No. Joshua put 40 years in.
That's what I'm saying. That's a long time.
40 years of being an understudy. Of just following and learning.
So does the Most High want this quick popcorn process? If Joshua did 40 years to go behind Moses.
We're not saying you got to wait 40 years.
We're not saying.
But what's the point?
The period of time wasn't 3 years, 5 years, even 7 years. It was a long period of time the Most High did because it depends. We're shepherds and the goal is to make sure the sheep are taken care of. Mm-hmm. So you can't rush the process.
Got it.
Finish the scripture?
And be not hasty to credit him.
So
you
not quick to credit him. I was just going.
So this is what's happening. So we were explaining about development. We're going to tie it back into class. So 7 generations of high priesthood was able to sustain the strength and obedience. And then for whatever happened with this last generation, whether it was the sons of Simon II, and it was Onias III, which was the good one, it was Jason and Menelaus. The problem was you had these 2 brothers, Jason and Menelaus, who just wanted to not do it the way the Most High wanted to do it. And they conspired and they fought and they politicked with Antiochus to have it their way. And the entire country was flipped upside down, literally within 5 to 7 years. Because that was as long as it took for things to fall apart. You had Jason was in power for 3 years. Then Menelaus came in for a few years, killed his brother Onias. The whole city had been turned upside down. Gymnasiums was in there. We're going to read right now that there was literally a Greek police station put into Jerusalem.
Well, that's what always happens when you have a bunch of brothers around. Right?
Well, listen, I'm going to say this.
That should be prophecy right there.
And they put it, and the funny thing is, they put the Greek police station around the poor folk down south. They didn't put it in 6104 or back in the hills where the white folks was at. They put the police station where the apartments was at. Mm-hmm. Where the low income apartments was at. That's where they put the police station at. Yeah. We're going to read that. But that happened with all the Jews that didn't want to obey to the new Greek laws.
It always happens this way.
But what are we going into? Initially, it was the Greek gyms. All the Greek gyms were for the elite. All the debauchery scenarios was for the elite. Then it was about the police and the poor.
Yeah, you're not going to get these amenities.
You're not going up north.
You want the amenities. This is the train track you're not crossing. Well, this is the area of town that you're not allowed to
But the funny thing is, there was spiritual benefits of being poor. That was but you don't feel that way when you're broke. But when you're broke, listen, you want to sit back and have more, but what's the cost? You in them gyms.
No access to the devil's
getting dealt by those boys.
Exactly.
Do you want to sit back here and be rich? We say the same thing now.
Well, rich in Greece.
What's the cost of being rich in Greece?
Yeah.
Well, in all these countries, even before Greece, it was a consequence to it. Anyway, what are we saying? One generation, society turns completely upside down. We lost our morals. The majority of us stopped going to the temple. The temple stopped being a major focal point for our people. We declined pretty much being Hebrews. We were Antiochus at this point. The city was called Antiochus. It wasn't called Jerusalem anymore. We completely threw aside everything that made us special.
And this is societal dynamics. Because we go into geopolitics all the time. But we're dealing with just straight societal dynamics, how these cultures affect our society, our social dynamic as a nation. Because we go inner man, we go spiritual, we always go there. But how does the societal dynamic of the Greek Empire affect the Hebrew dynamic of our society, our culture? How the changes? How the change affect? You're mixing wines. You're mixing influence. What influence is going to be stronger? What influence pervades? It showed in the old time that our influence was stronger. Nations respected us. They didn't become Hebrew necessarily, but they respected the book and our culture. It did not.
And that was the only thing that the nations respected us about, is that we had piety and we had a desire to serve the Most High.
We were potent.
Anything outside of that, we had no respect, even to this day. That's why they call us the 13% now. Right?
Yeah, we're called the 13%.
We're called the 13%. If you're called the 13%, that's a spit in your face.
That's a derogatory.
Just so you know, that's a very derogatory comment. What they're saying is the majority of problems in America is based behind the 13%. Wow. That's literally what's pushed. Who's the 13%?
Jermaine.
Jermaine. Listen, all I'm saying is this: that is the stigma.
That's stigma.
That's on us.
Bad term. Yeah.
But the reality is, if we cleave to the Most High, that stigma will be removed.
Yeah.
And then there will be respect. Not that them respecting us means a damn thing, but the Most High will respect us, and then the world's perception of us will change.
So our social standing as a nation is a direct reflection of our worship of the Most High.
God, that was the only advantage we had the entire time, especially when we lost our sovereignty, our power. So now we lost our sovereignty. We've given up the only thing that makes us special in the eyes of Heavenly Father. Now the Most High is upset. So now the Most High is the master architect or the vine dresser we were talking about these last few weeks. And he's like, how now do I sit back here and punish this nation for their rebellion and get them to see what's the only way to get these rebellious people to call on my name again and take me serious?
Because you
want to make sure this is the thinking the Most High has.
But previous class, you were showing that there always had to be, I'm just reiterating this point, there always had to be one option of righteousness. It was this one guy that was bending to the Lord, and the people still had a choice, so Most High could properly judge us as people.
And what we were saying, exactly, because when Onias got killed, there was no righteous example to keep us going. So when there was no righteous example to keep us going, we just sat back here and watered down and gave in. So now we're here. We just read past Jason and Onias having their little beef. Jason got removed. He's out in the land of Ammontown now. Menelaus is in power. Now we're going to read the history of Israel, page 208. We're just going to read this real quick. And it says, Jason was overthrown and fled into exile. That was in the land of Ammon. Unseated by the even more pro-Greek Menelaus. And he was aligned with the Tobias. Then it said, Menelaus secured Seleucid backing, with the king of the north, for his irregular appointment by promising Antiochus IV even richer gifts than those which his predecessor had provided, including temple plate. And he even went so far as to admit a Seleucid garrison into the newly built palace citadel in the lower city, the Acra. So it was a military citadel where Greeks would sit back here and maintain the police force in Jerusalem. So when we were reading last week about these protests gone violent, who do you think came in here with their billy clubs and their weapons to stifle and control the situation? Greek police forces, Greek military. So they were the ones partially responsible for a lot of the murders of the Jews in the city. But this was all authorized by Menelaus. So things are falling apart. The city is in turmoil. People are dying. And as they said earlier, Menelaus is a tyrant.
Yes.
So in the middle of Menelaus being tyrannical and oppressing the poor, oppressing the people, we have the Most High dealing with Antiochus Epiphanes in Egypt. We're going to go break this down. Because what are we trying to do? We're trying to explain why Antiochus went so hard on Israel and did so much damage to Israel and the city. This is what we're trying to find out, and I want to take a slight step back, so we can go into the story and it's a lot more smoother. Okay.
And this is once again, we've always read Maccabees, and we've always said it was unfair how we were dealt with as a nation, and how
if you've been around the Jews always paint a one-sided picture about Antiochus. Am I right or wrong? They always say Antiochus was the wickedest man, and he is wicked. Yeah. And we were just totally taken advantage of, and we were done wrong. And listen, if you look into the history of it, we wanted the Greek way. So with the Most High, it's like, if you want the Greek way, I'm gonna give you all the Greek way. You're gonna sit back here and throw up the Greek way. It's like that dog that poops in your house. What's the only way to get that dog to stop pooping in your house?
Put his nose in it.
You got to put his nose in it. Mm-hmm. This is what poop feels like. It smells like. I don't like how it smells. Do you like how the poop smells, dog?
Yeah.
He's getting the hell away from that poop. He knows what he did. He knows how bad it smells. But you got to put it in his face so he won't do it again. And it's not Indian man. Maybe I might be a bad animal. I might be a bad animal caregiver. But you got to teach him something. You got to do something.
Look.
They're going to sit back here, and when you're not looking, they're going to poop on your carpet all damn day long.
When they get angry at you, they start doing that too.
Nah, I don't know.
I've heard stories of dogs.
Angry dogs.
You don't want to feed me? You don't want to come through? You don't want to walk me?
I've never heard about that. Retaliation poop sack. Listen, I've never heard.
You better think twice before you get mad at me.
Never. I guess there's maybe new things in G-Land. Retaliation poop sack.
The dogs know better. They're not stupid.
Okay.
They say
whatever works. I'm not
they
sure.
say children.
Sometimes if you don't take them out in time, I can see that. But retaliation, vengeance, poop sack. I want to get back at Master.
You should have been
Master
home at
4 o'clock. Okay, let's continue. So now, I mentioned last week and the week before that Maccabees gives a perspective. At least Second Maccabees gives a perspective of how Israel was off. Daniel's gives more of a perspective of how Antiochus was off. So we're going to bounce between the two. So let's go to Daniel's chapter 10. I didn't do any of this, man. Daniel's chapter 11.
Yeah, we have to right there. Got people coming in.
At 11 o'clock. You might want to start leaving. Daniel's 11, verse 29 and 30. We went over it yesterday or last week, but I want to kind of go back over it real quick and then tie it back in. Let's see. Okay. Somebody read that, please.
Daniel 11.
Yeah. 11:29.
11:29. Daniel chapter 11, verse 29.
So, Daniel's 11 to 29 deals with the second part of the 6th Syrian War.
Okay.
The first part was when he came down, took over Pelusium, and was about to take over Alexandria. He took one of the sons and said he was going to be my nephew. I'm going to groom him. So the kingdom ended up being split between two brothers of the southern kingdom. Okay, the second part of the Syrian War happened when the two brothers that were split in Egypt came back together and reunified. Okay, so now that Antiochus found out that the two brothers were unified, he had to come in here down to Egypt and put things back in order and take them out for good. Okay, so he makes this exploration. Read verse 29.
Daniel chapter 11, verse 29. At the time appointed he shall return and come toward the south. But it shall not be as the former or as the latter.
So that how things ended up wasn't like it was the first time. The first time Antiochus was victorious, and it wasn't like it was for the latter. It wasn't going to be based on how Antiochus expected it. Because when you go to war, the expectation is what? Either there's going to be a winner or a loser. Either I'm whipping on you, or you're going to beat me, and that's it. So his expectation of how things are going to finish out, it didn't happen that way. Read on.
Verse 30. For the ships of Chittim.
The ships of Kittim.
Oh, Kittim, sorry.
Kittim is in the city, the country of Cyprus. It is a island country. That's a major port city. That's in between northern Africa and the Mediterranean, Egypt and not Egypt, but Greece and Rome and all those different places. So it's an important hub for trade. So it's a money spot. So read verse 30 again.
Daniel 11 and 30. For the ships of Kittim shall come against him. Therefore he shall be grieved.
Okay, so it says, for the ships of Kittim shall come against him, which is Antiochus Epiphanes. When you read the history, I'll just read it real quick. We went over it last week, but I'll read it. It says, in July, make sure I got this right. In Antiochus' absence, Ptolemy the Sixth and his brother Ptolemy Sicon were reconciled, possibly after a brief civil struggle. Antiochus, angered at his loss of control over the king, invaded again in 168 BC, the second part of the Sixth Syrian War. The Egyptians sent to Rome asking for help, and the Senate dispatched Gaius Pompilius Laenas to Alexandria. So the Egyptians knew the war was coming and asked the Romans for assistance. When you're asking another country for assistance, what are you saying that you're going to become? A vassal.
Vassal.
Listen, if you're asking somebody else to come here and fight your war, you got to give something in return.
Yeah.
Now, Egypt was known for their grains and their other natural resources and their seaport access, which was where the money was at. So the Egyptians obviously gave the Romans a sweetheart deal for the Romans to now intervene. What you're going to read about is when Antiochus Epiphanes came down to Egypt, he also went and sent ships to Crete. Okay, because he was not only trying to take over Alexandria, Egypt, and reclaim Pelusium, which is on the coastline of Egypt, he was also trying to take over the port city in Crete and gain access to the entire region. This was Antiochus' endgame. Okay? So, meanwhile, a Seleucid fleet seized Cyprus. Like we said, that Seleucid fleet controlled or ran by Antiochus. They seized Cyprus, and Antiochus' army took Memphis again. Memphis is near Pelusium. While at Memphis, he even issued an official decree as Egyptian king. The Ptolemaic armies failed to offer any major battlefields, instead staying fortified in garrisons. The king of the south knew he didn't have the manpower and weaponry to win. This is why he asked for Roman intervention in the first place. So they just stayed in their fortified areas waiting for the Romans to come down and help. Antiochus was now prepared to march on the capital of Alexandria again. At Eleusis, on the outskirts of Alexandria, he met Pompilius Laenas. That was that Roman guy that was sent from the Senate to handle this affair, with whom he had been friends during his stay in Rome. We read earlier that Antiochus Epiphanes was hostage in Rome, while his father, Antiochus III, had to pay back war debt. So while he was a hostage in Rome, he became friends with this guy, Gaius Pompilius Laenas. Okay, so it says, but instead of a friendly welcome, Populus offered the king an ultimatum from the Roman Senate. He must evacuate Egypt and Cyprus. Now, Cyprus, I'll go back and try. I think I got rid of the images. But Cyprus, another word for Cyprus is Kittim. I got rid of the pictures. But let me try to find it real quick. So when it said, read Daniel's real quick, 11 and 30.
Yes, sir. Daniel chapter 11, verse 30.
I'm going to try to find a map that says Cyprus is Kittim. I had it last week. I'm not going to take too much time on it. You're going to have to take my word on that. But Cyprus, another word for Cyprus is Kittim. Okay? So, keep going.
Come on. Daniel's chapter 11, verse 30. For the ships of Kittim shall come against him.
The ships of Kittim will come against him because as Alexandria was about to take over, as Antiochus Epiphanes was about to take over Alexandria and Kittim, this is when Rome came in and said, no, you're not going to take this over. So it says, but instead of a friendly welcome, Populus offered the king an ultimatum from the Roman Senate. He must evacuate Egypt and Cyprus, which is Kittim, immediately. Rome had only just recently defeated the Macedonians, potentially freeing up armies with which it could credibly threaten the Seleucids. Antiochus begged to have time to consider, but Populus drew a circle around him in the sand with his cane and told him to decide before he stepped outside of it. And that was embarrassing. You got this Roman military general saying, listen, bro, you're not going to leave here, debate, and come back with a bigger army.
Yeah.
You're going to make this choice now. So you're going to say, yes, you're going to go to war, I'm going to whip your ass right now, or you're going to walk out here in peace, and we're going to take the territory.
But in some stories, they say he was... He tried to say, well, I need time to counsel about this move. I need to go back home and counsel.
Yeah.
And then once I counsel, I'll give an answer to you. And then he told him, he said, well, you need an answer before you step outside this circle.
Yeah.
So he didn't let him leave that circle until he got an answer.
I know. He's like, hell no.
I guess the answer's
Yeah, you got to come up. Yeah, ain't no time to counsel. With no cell phones back then. Well, I'm going to leave a call. Let me make a phone call real quick. And when you had to make a decision.
And that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
And that's just Cyprus. You sent one?
Yeah, I sent one on there.
Okay. You sent on the email?
No.
I hate not going over the point. I hate saying it and then not being able to explain it. I just didn't have the image right offhand. I had it and I got rid of them last week. I didn't think I need to go back over it again. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. Just in case there's gainsaying out there. Here it is. You don't believe in war. Here's the information. Kittim, Cyprus, Kittim. Okay, and the ships of Kittim, it's talking about the Romans who came in here and had the authority and the muscle to back away Antiochus Epiphanes. So now Antiochus is sitting back here embarrassed as hell. He's looking bad. He's got to decide, is he going to withdraw his troops and eliminate his ambitions to take over the territory? This is it. He's like, hey, listen, at this point, the Romans will have permanent access and power over the Ptolemaic Empire, and all of his shipping powers and all of his fleets won't be able to have control over that jurisdiction over. So it was a major loss.
That's a strategic success of the Romans.
Oh, listen, the Romans have gotten that much closer to world domination. It's a matter of time. It's only maybe one or two more generations before the Romans take out the Seleucid Empire.
Yep.
So it's a matter of time. The Romans going to have the whole thing.
And the Romans were training the whole time.
They were fighting wars.
While the Greeks were in power, getting effeminate because of luxury.
Yeah.
The Romans were hardy landowners and farmers.
And they were killing and fighting. They've been fighting since the Germanic tribes and taking out Israel that was in France and Germany. They've been fighting the Germanic tribes for generations. So they were battle hardened already. Yep. So Antiochus is sitting back here. He's in this circle. And he's got a few minutes to decide what he wants to do. He's embarrassed. This guy already had ego. You read about that in Daniel's 11. He had ego. He's vexed. He's embarrassed. So we're going to read real quick what he ends up doing. Yes, sir?
What did he say? He had a vacate? Or what did he say?
He said, listen, he put a cane, he had his cane and put a circle around Antiochus Epiphanes. And said, listen, decide now. You can't go to your war council and decide what you want to do. I want a decision now.
They asked him to vacate his position.
Not his position, to vacate the interest. To vacate his interest in Egypt and to vacate his interest in Cyprus, that island city. To pretty much to give up all of your ambitions to take the king of the South's anything. Just shut up and go home and take your ball with you. You're not welcome. So he's sitting back here.
But you're losing a lot of money.
You're losing money, and it's a slap in the face to your ego. Don't forget, he called himself a god.
Yep.
You call yourself a god, and this guy got his ass whipped by the Romans?
Yeah.
He's in his head now. So, it says, Antiochus chose to obey the Roman ultimatum to avoid a new Roman Seleucid war. He knows how much money and how much of a blow it was for his father to lose that war in the first place. Because his father went against Rome and lost. Now Rome is even more powerful. Like, I can't afford a war against Rome. My empire is destroyed at that point. So he backs out, and it says, the day of Eleusis ended the 6th Syrian War and Antiochus' hope of conquering Egyptian territories. Still, the Ptolemies were greatly weakened by the war, as well as the conflict between Ptolemy VI and Ptolemy VII. So the whole point is that the Ptolemies, the king of the south, was never the same. And when you read in Daniel's 11, you don't hear any more about the king of the south until you read about the future prophecy of the king of the north and the king of the south. Because when you get into verse 40 and 41, that's not talking about the Greek king of the north and the king of the south. You're going to read about the king of the north is Russia and the king of the south is America. Because it takes you all the way to the end where the king of the north and the king of the south are still fighting to this day. We'll go into that another time. Read verse 30 again in Daniel, sir. Yeah, wow.
Yes, sir. Daniel chapter 11, verse 30. For the ships of Kittim shall come against him. Therefore he shall be grieved and return and have indignation against the holy covenant.
So now he's embarrassed. He has to leave Egypt. And now he says he's going to have a retaliation and indignation against the holy covenant. The people of the holy covenant. The city of the holy covenant. The area of Jerusalem. Now he's going to be pissed and take out his frustrations on one city. Now who do you think got his mind to be fixated on taking out this one city? It was the Most High. Most High used that situation to trigger him to come attack us because of our pride and our disrespect and our lack of appreciation for the Father. And as we continue to read on, it's going to make even more sense as to what's happening. Because it's not just he turned around and said, you know what, now that I'm so pissed Romans embarrassed me, let me kill some Jews. It wasn't that simple. It wasn't just like that. He woke up as his men. Kill the Jews. Kill the Jews. Put them in slavery. It wasn't that simple. Okay? But we're going to explain the details in between it. Continue.
Yes, sir. It says, so shall he do, and have even return, and have intelligence.
So he says, he shall even return, and have what?
And have intelligence with them that forsake the holy covenant.
All intelligence means he's going to be meditating and fixated on the people of the holy covenant. Now, what we got to explain is what gave him intelligence or what got him fixated on the people of the holy covenant. That's what we have to explain in our further explanation. So let's go now to 2 Maccabees chapter 5, verse 1 through 11. Matter of fact, we're going to read 2 Maccabees 5. We're going to end up reading the entire chapter, or the majority of it. I think it's to verse 26. And we're going to go on to that. But let's do, oh no, this dude. There's something, bro. I got rid of it. No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, so let's do 2 Maccabees, chapter 5. And 1.
Time. 2 Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 1. About the same time, Antiochus prepared his second voyage into Egypt.
So once again, it's explaining as Antiochus Epiphanes is making his second trip into Egypt, all this stuff is happening simultaneously. The chaos in the city, the tyrannical nature of Menelaus, the poor are suffering, the people that want to serve the Most High are not really getting access to the Most High because the priesthood is in shambles. Okay, the rich is out here sitting back here hanging out in bathhouses, being weirdos. Let's continue.
Verse 2. And then it happened that through all the city, for the space almost of 40 days.
Now, this is crazy. He said within a 40-day period, strange things are starting to happen in the city. And this is right before the you-know-what hits the fan in Jerusalem. Before the you-know-what hits the fan, strange things are happening around the holy city. Read on.
They were seen horsemen running in the air.
They were seeing angels in the sky, man. They were seeing angels in the sky running in the air like, whoa, this is weird. So these guys was coming out of the bathhouses after they got all that oil off their body and looking up in the sky. They seen angels for 40 days and 40 nights in the sky.
Their hair's real moisturized. They have that little soft after shower curls out. They have soft after shower curls out and nice glisten out, and they're looking up with the toga on. Like,
okay, this is strange. This is weird.
It's not what I expected.
After I got out of the bathhouse,
I wasn't thinking about this today.
they were saying other things. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, let's continue.
There were seen horsemen running in the air.
Matter of fact, Salakia, we are going to the Josephus. I know. I'm just, can you pass it out to the brother? I thought I wasn't going to do it. There's a lot of reading in the past. Actually, I'm tripping. I am tripping. But continue, sir.
All right. It says,
goodness.
there were seen horsemen running in the air in cloth of gold and armed with lances like a band of soldiers.
So it was a bunch of angels in the air, and they were in military formation doing militaristic things. So you got people in the sky saying, this is weird. The angels in the sky fighting. This is dope. This is cool. Check it out. Read on.
And troops of horsemen in array,
Bro.
encountering and running one against another.
So they were angels going one against another in the sky. Literally fighting in the sky, and it was a sight to be beheld. Read on.
With shaking of shields and multitudes.
When it says shaking of shields, it's not like they're just doing this. They're actually fighting each other.
You can hear the noise.
Cling, cling, cling. And people are watching like, what's going on? There's literally war in heaven. Okay? Read on.
And drawing of swords, and casting of darts, and glittering of golden ornaments, and harness of all sorts.
So everybody is sitting back here.
It's detailed.
Watching fighting, watching wars, watching clashes of individual angels, one against another. And they're just sitting back here in amazement. And a lot of them think it's a good sign. This is a good sign.
There's a war in heaven, Doc.
And the angels are fighting for us. They're fighting for us. This is a good omen.
And it's actually, it's hard not to see it as a good omen. Because you're thinking, it depends on what side of the coin you're on. Like you said before, the wealth class of Israel that's connecting and ingratiated with the Greeks, and then the poor. As if you were the poor, you'd be like, man, the Most High gonna fight for us. If we were the wealth class, we're like, man, this is a bad sign.
But if you know you're a Jew, then you know it rained 40 days and 40 nights during the time of Noah. You know, and that's the Most High was using that time frame to purge the earth. You know, so you could anticipate a purging coming.
Yeah.
If you were spiritually minded.
Listen, And what? Listen, as we explain that, it will get more detail as we continue on in the explanation. So we get this shown real quick. I just sent you exactly what you're looking for.
Okay.
So let's see one more thing. Salakia. I gave you the exact one in the second text. Okay. Read verse 3 again.
God. 2 Maccabees chapter 5 verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
And troops of horsemen in array, encountering, and running one against another, with shaking of shields, and multitude of pikes, and drawing of swords, and casting of darts,
Okay.
and glittering of golden ornaments, and harness of all sorts.
Read verse 4.
Wherefore, every man prayed that apparition might turn to good.
Everybody was like, this is good. This is the Most High's fighting for us. But we got to go through history to see if this is really the Most High fighting for us or not. Okay? First thing we're going to go into is Daniel chapter 10 and verse 20.
Daniel chapter 10, verse 20. Have you read?
I'm ready.
All right. Daniel chapter 10, verse 20. Then said he, Knowest thou wherefore I come unto thee? And now will I return to fight with the prince of Persia.
This is talking about Christ. Christ is sitting back here and he is going to fight with the prince of Persia. Read on.
And when
it says with him, he's fighting against him.
Right.
Christ is fighting against the prince of Persia. Read on.
Right. It says, And when I am gone forth, lo, the prince of Grecia shall come.
Whenever there is a major shift in the power dynamic in the nation, you have this physical, literal war in heaven that symbolizes what's about to happen in the physical realm. So Christ is sitting back here and is fighting with the Grecians because it was the Persians' time to fall. But the funny thing is, Christ is talking to Daniel when? Christ is talking to Daniel when?
During the
This
time
is
of the
early in the
Babylonians.
time of the Persian. This is the Persians.
This is when it just started.
That's just early in the Persian rule. Because don't forget, Daniel's 5 was when the Babylonians fell. When the Babylonians fell, around 538, Daniel was still an advisor, and he ended up being an advisor to the Persians. Okay, and what ended up happening is he's getting these visions during the time when the Persians were in power. But Christ is telling him, "Hey, I'm about to fight. I'm fighting right now against the Persians on the side of the Greeks to usher in their time." But the funny thing, that was like 200 years later that they ended up actually falling. But this war in heaven was symbolic of what was going to actually happen in the physical. So all the wars and fighting and battling, this happens. This is symbolic for what has to happen on earth. But this is what they're seeing in Jerusalem. They're seeing these wars 40 days before all hell breaks loose, and they're thinking it's a blessing, but it's not a blessing. This is what happens as a prelude to what happens in the physical. So really, when you're seeing these angels and these fighting and these shields are rattling, whoever's having their shields rattle is symbolic for Israel. They're the ones getting whipped up on. So when you're looking up in the sky and you're seeing certain angels losing and certain winning, the ones that are losing is going to be you. Because if you're looking at it, and this is why when you're looking at judgment and when you're looking at things clearly, kind of taken from what Elisha was saying yesterday, if you don't remove yourself from how you look at things, hell, you ain't going to say, this is the Most High coming for me. Because all the things I'm suffering. But when you're looking at things from a big picture, objective standpoint, we've been wicked as hell. The nation's been wicked. But why am I going to automatically say rooting for the black man? Did the black man deserve it at this time?
It's convenient.
Hell no. You know, it's overly optimistic and unrealistic.
Because every man's way is clean in his own eyes.
God.
Yeah.
I ain't wicked. I ain't been in the gyms. Well, maybe as a nation we had a fall as a nation. But we're not looking at things spiritually and objectively because you're trying to put yourself in the mix.
And it's on earth as it is in
Heaven.
heaven.
But he's looking, but how is the Most High judging the body? Is he just judging one or two people?
No.
Did every person put in slavery? Were they all idolatry?
No.
Were they all serving Baal? No. But the majority did. And the innocent had to fall with the wicked. And that's how it goes. Dealing with on a national level. That don't feel good.
Being judged as a whole is what people. That's the tough point.
It's a tough one.
Because people hate suffering from other people in general. But
Welcome to a camp. How about that?
Yeah.
On a small level.
On a small level, this person made a mistake. Why do I have to slow my life down, or why do I have to be affected by other people's mistakes? That is tough. But Most High obviously has a critical. You look at the critical mass. The majority of Israel's heart has forsaken the Lord.
Done.
For him to move to this degree.
Done.
But there's been times in the scriptures where the Most High has done the whole nation, though we deserved it, because of a few people that want to be righteous.
Yeah.
Those times have existed too.
But the problem is this: more times than not, there's not those strong, dynamic figures that are pushing towards strength. They're pushing to be idolized.
Yeah.
You see on Passovers the 3 greatest men on earth. That's insane to say something like that.
That's desiring worship.
The 3 greatest men on planet Earth. I wouldn't even want to be included in that. Don't say that about me. What kind of target are you putting on my back? Anyway.
You know what that's doing though?
That's ego.
That's taking away from Christ's glory.
I know.
Because everything we should do should be for the glory of Christ. And if we vaunt ourselves and we uplift ourselves, that is taking away from Christ's space as king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's the problem the Most High has with it.
One of the many problems. So now what we're going to do is this. Now we're going to go to Wars of the Jews and the Josephus. We're going to go to Wars of the Jews, Book 6, Chapter 5. We're going to do, we're going to read a few chapters here. I wasn't planning on doing, but I think it's important to paint this picture properly. So Book 6, Chapter 5, it's about that time also, though, yeah. Unless another brother wants to have y'all out doing something like that. Doesn't matter, I don't care. Y'all up.
Yes, sir.
Give him the information. Give him what I
If
gave
you want
you.
me to do, what you want me to do?
Give him what.
Not what I want. It's like it.
Listen,
I'm out here
he,
making
said
it on me.
he says he has the vest on.
Okay,
So it's easy.
I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna go.
No. I said this. I told you to give the y'all up.
Okay, cool.
Just give him the information I gave
I
you.
got you.
Everything's gonna be okay, man. So we're going to Wars of the Jews, Book 6, Chapter 5, Paragraph 1, 2, and 3.
Page 741.
Oh man. So listen, what we're about to read in the first paragraph, we're not going to go super breakdown on every single word or sentence, but because it's a lot of information. But the first paragraph is already dealing with the fact that the temple is on fire. And the city has already been ransacked. And this is in 70 AD, when everything is falling apart. And the Romans are about to just finish us off, so to speak. Okay? So we're going to go 1 and 2, and then jump to paragraph 3, which explains all the incidences that were happening before things fell apart. So we're going to go into the moment where things fell apart, and then go back in paragraph 3 and explain what happened before it fell apart. And for all these people that don't want to acknowledge that Josephus are foolish, because there's so much information here about our history that the Bible doesn't give you. But let's continue.
War of the Jews, Book 6, Chapter 5, Paragraph 1. While the holy house was on fire,
The holy house is the temple. Read on.
everything was plundered that came to hand.
So that means these Romans were coming in here, things are on fire, We're just going to take this gold and take these ornaments and take what's necessary in hand. Continue.
And 10,000 of those that were caught were slain.
Okay, so it says 10,000. 10,000. Read that part again.
And 10,000 of those that were caught were slain.
So not only were they pillaging all the gold in the temple, whoever was around the temple was being killed. People were getting wiped out left and right. Read on.
Nor was there a commiseration of any age.
So there wasn't a significant consideration about age. Read on.
Or of any reverence of gravity.
Okay.
But children and old men and profane persons and priests were all slain in the same manner.
What does that mean? It said profane people, wicked, priests, children, old men were all killed the same way. We all fell as a what? As a group. Whether people were completely off and deserved it, or people that weren't off, they were all getting killed. Because when the Most High is done with you, when he's had it up to here with us as a nation, we all have to feel the brunt of that pain and that suffering. Read on.
So that this war went round of all sorts of men and brought them to destruction, and as well those that made supplication for their lives as those that defended themselves by fighting.
So it says, and brought them to destruction, as well as those that made supplication for their lives, as those that defended themselves by fighting. Meaning the people who were trying to get bargains and deals to not get killed were being treated the same way as the ones who had courage and stood up for what was right. Meaning there was, what is it saying? Nobody was what? Escaping the verdict.
Nobody is exempt.
So the person that was pleading and doing deals was getting killed the same way the person that's putting their foot down and is going to just die on their feet.
So our stature didn't defend us.
Well, it wasn't even stature. It was how you faced your end. So what is it saying? Do you want to sit back here, die pleading and begging and hoping you don't get killed? Or you going to sit back and stand on your feet and take it like a man? He said the one that was begging and pleading got killed too.
Yeah.
Just as harshly as the person that just held it down and said, we're going to go down fighting. If it's your time, it's your what? It's your time. You might as well go out strong. You're going out crying and begging.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. Begging got nobody nothing. Supplication. Read on.
The flame was also carried a long
that
way.
Fire was going and raging too. On top of the killing and the murdering and the indiscriminate killing.
Yeah.
The fire was getting out of control. Read on.
And made an echo together.
I cannot even understand how a fire makes an echo. Don't know. Roaring flames? That's scary. On top of people getting killed and burnt simultaneously. Read on.
Together with the groans of those that were slain. And because
you got all the groans and the moaning and the yelling and the screaming. Think about how scary this is. And it's important to go into these scenarios because when we're living our life and we're comfortable, nobody thinks about this. The consequence. The consequence of the comfort. The consequence of the selfishness. The consequence of living a life you want to live. There's a consequence for that.
The consequence for not contributing to the Most High.
This is why it's important that every day we give the Most High something. Because you're going to need that defense when it counts.
But this is the answer to the why we got to do this every day. There's always a hidden question, or a quiet, unspoken question of why the repetition, or why I got to keep investing, giving. What is the point of this? We get caught up on the people that we might disagree with, or the exhaustion, or Or no time.
First Timothy 6:18 said we're supposed to be rich in what?
Good works.
Good works. What else is? What other defense do we have? Then the funny thing is, it's crazy. We can go through the scriptures with a fine-tooth comb. Nobody can explain how long the tribulation is going to be. Nobody can really explain how much faith is going to be needed. Nobody can really explain how the just are going to live by faith when the majority of our people are broke and don't have anything. How is a whole nation of people that don't have anything going to be sustained by the Lord when H-E-B is closed, when Kroger is shut down? And then for the preppers that are amongst Israel, are you going to prep to yourself?
Yeah.
You going to be that person who has all his beans and rice in his house and shuts the Jew out? You think the Most High going to defend that? You can prep all you want, but you going to sit back here and prep and eat and enjoy your food while everybody's suffering? And then when you share, which you're supposed to do, how long is it going to last?
Mm-hmm.
How long is that going to last to share? And then when the supplies run out, because the supplies will run out, you think the most thing going to happen is go through tribulation until the supplies run out? And then the Most High comes through for you? Is that what you think it is? Is that faith? Has the Most High dealt with us on any level like that? Faith is the evidence of things what?
Unseen.
Not seen. That means this is your last damn bowl of rice. And that's it. Remember that sister told Elijah, okay, listen, we're going to take this last hint of oil or whatever, and we're going to eat this meal, we're going to die.
Yep.
Okay.
Then the Most High came through for them. That's how it works. That's what faith looks like. So when this tribulation comes, the Most High got us boxed in either way we play it. How are you going to tell the Most High, yeah, Father, I know the people need it, but I had to protect me and mine? Is that going to be the answer? And then how much can you sit back here? I'll get you. How long can you sit here and be covered for you and not know the Most High going to sit back here and judge you for it? That's just something to think about. But where we at? It says the flame was also carried a long way. Somebody keep going.
And made an echo, together with the groans of those that were slain. And because this hill was high, and the works at the temple were very great, one would have thought the whole city had been on fire.
Go a little higher because I was trying to do this multitasking thing. Do it again. The flame was awesome.
Line 272. The flame was also carried a long way, and made an echo, together with the groans of those that were slain. And because this hill was high, and the works at the temple were very great, one would have thought the whole city had been on fire.
Man, listen, this one, the Most High was completely done with us. What happened with the Maccabees' time, it was leading up to this. The crazy, the Maccabees' time was confirmation to the Most High that the priesthood wasn't it. The priesthood couldn't sustain it. This is why Christ talked about how the priesthood had to get removed.
Yeah.
How just the family of priests, Levi priests, wasn't going to be sustainable.
He said, when you see Jerusalem compassed about with armies, know that the desolation is nigh.
Yeah, but before that, he kept telling the high priest, listen, the high priest was going to kill Christ. The high priest was killing any of the Lord's servants. The people that were on the land were killing them.
Mm-hmm.
And then they realized, listen, those people got to get removed so people who can actually treat the flock right would come in. Then it said the priests realized it was talking about them and wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
Even more.
Yeah.
It was Christ's expressing that lineage, that one family, a priest wasn't going to work.
Not corrupt.
So that was about the individual that wanted to serve the Most High and please Him.
In general.
That was the criteria of leadership from that point on. But we proved that from the time of Ezra to this time at the Maccabees, that the priesthood wasn't it. Then it was a different group of Hasmoneans that had to step up, which were not of the family of Eleazar, that had to step up and lead. And then the funny thing is, when they fell down, Edomites came in.
Herodians.
The leadership wasn't going to work. Anyway, so now the whole city is on fire, or it looks like it, but it was just the temple that was on fire. But thousands were dead. Read on.
Nor can one imagine anything either greater or more terrible than this noise.
Golly, the noise of the fire burning and the people crying and yelling and screaming. Read on.
For there was at once a shout of the Roman legions, who were marching all together, and a sad clamor of the seditious, who were now surrounded with fire and sword.
So he says there was a sad clamor, meaning the people that were surrounded, which was us, of the seditious. It reminds us why the Romans came in the first place. Why did the Romans surround Jerusalem and destroy it?
Because we had opted for the priesthood to be sold out of good character for Roman participation or Greek participation,
and the Jew just didn't want to accept the tensions, how the Most High was tightening up on us through the Romans. Think about this. You read about, and when we get to Christ, the time of Christ, we'll get there. But the priests were corrupt. The priests were taking advantage of the Korban money. They could take advantage of the poor and the needy and the elderly. And that was okay. But when the Romans did it, we were up in arms.
Aqueducts. Right?
Yeah, that was the point. Pontius Pilate took Korban money to build aqueducts in Jerusalem, and the people were losing their mind. But the priests were taking Korban money, and nobody said nothing. All the Most High was doing was showing the people a reflection of what our own people were doing. When our own people were robbing each other, then the Romans started robbing us. We started protesting about how messed up the Romans were. Then the Most High started making life even more difficult. Now the seditious Jews, who were the ones who started this insurrection in the first place, were surrounded, and now you have this faint clamor of a group that's about to be destroyed, who sold out their women and their children and their kids to definite destruction because of pride and ego. And they had this faint clamor of them trying to get together and try to muster up some fake hype to fight these Romans that got you dead to rights.
But it's hard to fight the Romans without no moral backing.
How about we weren't supposed to fight the Romans in the first place? The Romans were there to show us our rebellion towards the Father. Maybe if we stayed in order for a long enough period of time, the Most High would build us up again to defeat them. But we can't see things that way. It ain't our time. It wasn't our time. We screwed our time up. We can't accept, even now, we're vassals. We're talking about these kings and princes and queens. No, we're not. We're not. We will be lucky if through this generation the Most High gets us out. We'll be lucky. I learned that in 2000. When everybody was teaching, man, Christ come back in 2000. 2000 is a year. Y2K is going to be the year everybody comes back. Man, Christ, we coming home.
Yeah.
Brothers was emptying bank accounts out, going crazy out.
Yep. Nukes were about to go off because they weren't programmed after 1999.
And everybody's like, man, 2000 is over. 2000 0 0 0.
I worked at a grocery store, and all the shelves in the store was empty in 2000. There wasn't no can. All the stuff in the back that nobody wants, like the cream corn,
Keep that there. What is that shit?
Right by the
We
kids
all
in the
okay.
back. All of it was gone. The green beans.
The green beans too.
The
The
green
lima beans out.
The
They
green
was
beans,
there.
lima beans. All that was gone. All the canned goods was gone. All the water was gone.
Funny,
Toilet paper was gone. Everything was gone. Even the coffee was gone.
I bet you at the 2000 that they kept them lima beans in there too. Right?
Man, you know.
In the shelves, right? At the house. Anyway, I'm just being
I
serious.
don't know what they did, but I know we had nothing on the shelves, and the trucks couldn't sustain the amount of food that was going out.
Yeah.
We'll get about 6 trucks a night. No, not even 6. Like maybe 2 trucks a night, but it'd be full of pallets of food.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't enough food to sustain the shelves because by 6 o'clock in the morning, the store opens. It was gone already. People was waiting on the water. They were waiting on when y'all gonna bring some more water out.
Yeah.
When y'all bring some more canned goods out.
Yep.
People were waiting. They were waiting, hungry, starving, waiting for this food to come out.
And the funny thing is, 2000 came and went.
Yep.
And then Israel was sitting back here, had to like recover. And a lot of Israel's left after 2000 because they had anticipated this time out.
I had just enough spirit to last to 2000.
Yep. And after 2000, that was it. They was out of it. Then you had to realize you better do this for the Lord. You don't know when the Lord's coming. Everybody can speculate. We've been speculating. There's 1,000 verses to speculate.
Or 2012
after the second day.
Mayan calendar.
Mayan calendar.
And after Mayan calendar, the scripture in Hosea says after the second day. And then it talks about after the second day, it's going into the third. There's all this extra thinking and thinking and thinking. You know, the truth is, we got to sit back here, be vassals, serve the Lord, and wait till the Most High removes us out of this condition. Anything more than that, we're anticipating something we can't control. And it just is what it is. I'm just reading this as a reminder about accepting our condition. Stop trying to fight something we weren't supposed to fight.
He said,
we weren't supposed to be protesting against the Romans. We weren't supposed to do that. We were supposed to sit back here and accept the conditions the Most High put on us and self-regulate.
The scripture say Christ coming like a thief in the night.
Time.
That means you're going to be caught off guard anyway. All of us going to be caught off guard anyway.
We're caught off guard while suffering, while sitting back here, Esau almost completing his task of controlling the entire world. There's so many different little keys. But to know how it happens, when it happens, how difficult my conditions are going to be before it happens, nobody knows.
Nobody know the time or the hour.
So we got to just keep our head down, stay in order, and stop rocking the boat. Every time we rock the boat, we get brought out of pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So let's continue. So it says all of these people that clamored, the clamor of the seditious. These were the Jews that started this in the first place. Read on.
Who are now surrounded with fire and sword. The people also that were left above were beaten back upon the enemy, and under a great consternation, and made sad moans at the calamity they were under.
We were getting boxed in, beat up, put in a box in the corner, and all the sad moans and the fear and the reality of the condition. It's scary. Listen, it's one thing to be hyped up and fight, and then it's another thing to sit back here and you're all back in the corner, and the Roman armies with their swords and their training are just boxing you in.
And this will be the time period you would say, we need to pray the Most High. But it's that moment when you're going to need.
But even then, but my point is, at that point, it was too late.
I'm saying, this is the moment when you get the bathhouse towels on. You're like, man, we go the Most High. But I'm knee deep in my sin already.
But what my point is, it's nothing wrong with praying. But the Most High is like, at this point, everybody's dying. You're seeing the priest dying. You're seeing the wicked man dying. The babies are dying. The older men, everybody's dying. You're sitting back here, this is it. Can you imagine that feeling? Yeah. This is it. Listen, the good is going. That man, I know he's a good man. That guy just got killed. That child didn't do nothing wrong. That sister did nothing wrong. We're all here dying. And the reality that it's over. That's scary. And our only defense, like Maccabee says later on, is our innocency. Our innocency is our defense. How innocent we are in our conduct is our only defense for moments like this. Well, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I said I wasn't going to be detailed, and I'm doing it. Let's keep going now.
Line 274. The multitude also that was in the city joined in this outcry with those that were upon the hill. And besides, many of those that were worn away by the famine.
So on top of the fact that you're backed into a corner, there had been months of not eating. So you're exhausted, you're beat up, your adrenaline's pumping, fear is hitting you. You're trying to sit back here and block out the fear and just focus on fighting the person in front of you, but it's crippling. The inevitability of death is right there. Read on.
And besides, many of those that were worn away by the famine, and their mouths almost closed, when they saw the fire of the holy house, they exerted their utmost strength and broke out into groans and outcries again. Perea did also return to echo, as well as the mountains round about the city, and augmented the force of the entire noise.
So it says, because they were in a basin and they were surrounded by mountains, the voices and yells and chants augmented even more. Everybody can hear what's going on here. Read on.
Yet was the misery itself more terrible than this disorder. For one would have thought that the hill itself on which the temple stood was seething hot as full of fire on every part of it, that the blood was larger in quantity than the fire.
They said the blood was larger in quantity in the city than the fire was. And the fire was so bad from a distance you thought the entire city was on fire. He just said from a distance it looked like the entire city was on fire. But the blood, there was more quantities of blood than fire. Read on.
And those that were slain more in number than those that slew them.
So obviously there was more deaths in the city of our people than those Romans that got killed by a large shot, by a lot. So mostly it was us being wiped out. Read on.
For the ground did nowhere appear visible.
You didn't see the ground in the city.
Right.
It was just blood and bodies, man. Just imagine how scary that is. All you see is blood and bodies. And fire. And fake hype and confidence to keep going, knowing that you're boxed in and there's no way out. That is the inevitability of the Heavenly Father. And all we got to protect ourselves from scenes that are similar to this is our relation with the Heavenly Father. This is why you fight hard to be on point. This is why you take every decision serious. This is why you go to war with your thoughts. To protect yourself from this inevitability. Because at this particular time, there's no sending of prayers and it changing. You made your bed, now you got to sit back here and live in that bed and sleep in it and lay in it. Read on.
For the dead bodies that lay on it, but the soldiers went over heaps of these bodies as they ran upon such as fled from them. And now it was that the multitude of the robbers were thrust out of the inner court of the temple by the Romans, and had much ado.
What was messed up? Listen. Read that part again. Right. And now it was that.
Line 277. And now it was that the multitude of the robbers were thrust out of the inner court of the temple by the Romans.
Why would you want to steal gold at this particular point? This is crazy. Why would you want to get some gold out? You want to take this particular time to get gold out and not fight the Romans out?
You always got a number of individuals that have their priorities mixed up. When you look at Katrina, you had people with TVs on their shoulders walking through water. You had ain't no electricity. Ain't no power. But you got somebody that
I got a screen.
I got TVs.
I got a screen.
Or you looting in California, and the whole city's on fire. LA's on fire. $2 billion worth of damage, and you're looting the gas station, the grocery store.
We gonna get some potato chips.
Or you're looting the flea market. Like, the priorities aren't straight. That doesn't change even in a moment of chaos. My priorities still ain't straight.
People are still out of order.
They're still gonna be out of order.
But you're about to die. You have Roman soldiers surrounding you, but you got some gold on you when you did that. That's crazy to me. I even get looting. Even the Katrina looting was off the chain. But the Romans are about to kill you, and you run up in the spot just to get your stacks up,
but it show you how strong a shopping spree is.
Yeah.
Everybody want a shopping spree.
What are you going to do with it? Either you going to hold the gold or fight, or you going to get killed. Well, the gold had a shield.
Gotta get my money up, then I go to war. That's what
Pac, where you going to go?
That's what Pac said.
Well, what are you going to do with it? Where you going to put it? Everything's on fire.
But you going to try to buy your way out. I got some bargaining chips. Maybe if I have the gold, I can buy my way out of death. But you can't.
It's still an attempt. It's another attempt at controlling the narrative.
Yeah.
I guess.
Because you only have so many options, and I haven't made about the Most High. So this is still a man being cursed for making flesh his armor.
No.
If I have more stacks, or if I have more weapons, sometimes we're going to stack other things.
Listen.
It doesn't matter if the Most High has it set up already.
The Romans were killing the robbers of the temple. So everybody that was looting, they were just waiting and bumping them off. And that was the Most High. But keep going.
Right. It says, and had much ado to get into the outer court, and from thence into the city, while the remainder of the populace fled into the cloister of that outer court. As for the priests, some of them plucked up from the holy house the spikes that were upon it with their bases, which were made of lead, and shot them at the Romans instead of darts. But then, as they gained nothing by so doing, and as the fire burst out upon them, they retired to the wall that was 8 cubits broad, and there they tarried. Yet did 2 of these of the eminence among them, who might have saved themselves by going over to the Romans, or have borne up with courage, and taken their fortune with the others.
So listen, keep going.
Throw themselves into the fire, and were burnt together with the holy house.
Wow.
Their names were Maris, the son of Belgus, and Joseph, the son of Delaus.
So listen, we're going to jump into paragraph 3, just so we can get to the point. Let's get to paragraph 3. Man, you know what? I got to go to paragraph 2. Just keep going. There was a reason. I got to go. Let's do it. Let's just go faster, and then let me stop talking. Read on.
Paragraph 2. And now the Romans, judging that it was in vain to spare what was round about the holy house, burnt all those places, and as also the remains of the cloisters and the gates, 2 expected, the one on the east side and the other on the south, both which, however, they burnt afterwards. They also burnt down the treasury chambers, in which was an immense quantity of money, and an immense number of garments, and other precious goods, there reposited. And to speak all in a few words, there it was that the entire riches of the Jews were heaped up together, while the rich people had there built themselves chambers to contain such furniture. The soldiers also came to the rest of the cloisters that were in the outer court of the temple, whither the women and children, and a great mixed multitude of the people fled. It says fled on mine.
Mine says fled.
Okay, fled.
Mine says fled.
Fled. In number about 6,000. But before Caesar had determined anything about these people, or given the commanders any orders relating to them, the soldiers were in such a rage that they set the cloister on fire.
They burned all their riches. Read on.
By which means it came to pass that some of these were destroyed by throwing themselves down headlong. and some were burnt in the cloisters themselves. Nor did any of them escape with this life.
With his life.
With his life. A false prophet was the occasion of these people's destruction.
So what is happening is a false prophet convinced the people to stay around the temple. This is where I want to go. False prophets were interpreting the signs of heaven the wrong way and convincing the people to stay at the temple because the Most High was going to sit back and deliver them from the temple. Read on.
Who had made a public proclamation in the city that very day that the Most High commanded them to get up upon the temple, and that they should receive miraculous signs of their deliverance. Now there was then a great number of false prophets, suborned by the tyrants to impose upon the people, who denounced this to them, that they should wait for the deliverance from the Most High.
So false prophets were convincing the people to stay in the city and not to leave. Read on.
And this was in order to keep them from deserting, and that they might be buoyed. Might be buoyed up above fear and care by such hopes. Now a man that is in adversity does easily comply with such promises.
When you're afraid, you listen to the authority. Read on.
For when such a seducer makes him believe that he shall be delivered from those miseries which oppress him, then it is that the patient is full of hopes of such deliverance.
God.
Wow.
But keep going.
Thus were the miserable people persuaded by these deceivers, and such as belied the Most High himself, while they did not attend nor give credit to the signs that were so evident.
So he says these false prophets keep telling the people to stay when they're not listening and watching the signs in heaven that was leading up to this disaster, that was leading up to the fall of Jerusalem. Read on.
It says, and did so plainly foretell their future desolation. But, like men infatuated, without either eyes to see or minds to consider, did not regard the denunciations that the Most High made to them.
Even Christ said, flee to the mountains. Right? Read on.
Thus there was a star resembling a sword.
He says, he's going to explain it, but a year before everything fell apart, they saw in heaven a star that resembled a sword.
Wow.
And this star that resembled a sword was a warning, but false prophets were interpreting it like it was a good omen.
That always happens to our people, though.
And this is why I'm going there, because we're just reading in the time of the Maccabees. We're seeing war in heaven, and we're interpreting it as a blessing. A year before the Romans came in and wiped us out, we're seeing a sword in heaven. That means the Most High going to defend us from these evil Romans, and not looking at it as the sword's coming to us because of our wickedness. It still goes back into a dishonest perception of a situation. It is a non-spiritual perception of the situation. We can talk about the oppressions of Rome all we want. When you read Proverbs 21:1, the Most High controls the heart of the what? The king. The Most High controlled the heart of Pilate. So if Pilate was making life miserable for the Jew, it was because the Lord anointed it. And the Most High anointed it because we were oppressive to our own people, and we were negative.
So the Most High always does with the angle of personal accountability and critical.
All the time. And that's why people are false, because their perceptions are only based on what they want out the deal and what they expect out the deal. And that's where that selfishness kicks in and how judgment comes in. You're not looking at things big picture. You only look at it from the perspective of what you want and what you're hoping for.
Woe unto him who says peace, peace, when there is no peace.
Scripture on that too. Ecclesiastes 3:24.
I was not looking at your Bible. I got my little electric Bible here.
Ecclesiastes what?
Chapter 3, verse
ADHD
24.
Bible.
ADHD.
I'm going to type it in. Ecclesiastes what's that?
3 and 24 and 25.
Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and verse 24, page 72. It says, "For many are deceived by their own vain opinions."
Yeah, because in a moment of horrendous terror, fear, mayhem, calamity, destruction, and distress, you're gonna wanna try to look at anything positive.
Yeah.
There's got to be some way out of it. There's got to be some hope. We got to try to figure this out and try to make an arrangement to save our skin in this last moment.
Yeah.
He said many are what?
Many are deceived by their own vain opinions.
But then again, if many are deceived by their own vain opinion, then where do these false prophets come from? They're coming from their what? They're coming from their opinion.
Okay.
That's what generates and creates these false prophets, because it's not based upon what the signs that the Most High is showing in the heavens. It's going on. I'm going off and I'm leading people through what? Through my opinion. I interpret this sign my way. I think a star as in the shape of a sword is a good sign and not a bad sign. That's my opinion telling me that's a good sign.
That's a good omen.
That's a good omen. It's almost superstitious. So he's saying that false prophets, this is where it's coming from. They generate from their own opinion. Read on.
And an evil suspicion have overthrown their judgment.
And it says, evil suspicion. What makes it evil is the fact that, you know what? I'll say it's good no matter what somebody else may say. He said, evil suspicion overthrows what?
Many.
Overthrown their judgment.
Read on.
Fine. Without eyes.
Stop. Is there answers to what to do when the Romans are breaking in through the gate? They caught the temple on fire. People's bodies are strewn all over the temple. Blood is everywhere. People are screaming. Food is scarce. Do you have eyes? No, you don't. You can't really see how to get out of this. How am I going to get out of this? So when people are in a situation where they have no clue and they can't see their way out of it, what are they going to want? Read it again.
It says, without eyes, thou shalt want light.
What do we want when we can't see our way out of something?
Light.
We want clarity. We want hope. We want to hope for the best. And that's the time that a false prophet has the greatest advantage.
Right.
A false prophet has the greatest advantage when people can't see their way out of a situation. And they don't have an answer for their situation. So a false prophet's vision sounds really inspiring at this time. Read.
It says, profess not the knowledge, therefore, that thou hast not.
So what happens when you start and you're in a pinch in a situation where you don't have any hope? There's no answers. You want hope. So then the false prophet has the advantage, because now he's going to start saying things that he don't know nothing about. And the people are going to start believing it. And it sounds very believable at that point in time. That's it right there.
Okay, Taiwan, let's get you saluted in real quick.
One Rakah, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Shah.
Taiwan Maka, Shaw Sabata, Bana Shah, Baya Shah, Amajim.
Yahweh Shem Shabbatam.
All right. So let's continue in this Wars of the Jews real quick. Do you know where we left off? Okay, we're in paragraph 3, and let's do there was a star resembling its what? Does anybody have a yellow marker? Gracias. I'm marking on mine. Read it, sir. You got it?
Yes, sir. Wars of the Jews. We're in Book 6, Chapter 5, Paragraph 3, line 289. Thus there was a star resembling a sword, which stood over the city, and a comet that continued a whole year.
Bro, this is a star
Wow.
that resembled a sword, and it says
A comet that continued a whole year.
whatever is over the city for an entire year.
And I remember
What happened?
in youth when we had the Hellbop comet. Remember that time period?
I don't remember that.
It kept showing up, and it would on a consistent time loop. And then some people saw that Hellbop comet and said,
You said a Hellbot?
The Hellbop. It's called the Hellbop comet. And there was this guy that said, listen, you see this Hellbop comet, let's commit suicide. That's our way to go to this ship. And we're going to be transported to this ship by committing suicide. And false prophet dropped that false interpretation. A lot of people died.
Hellbop.
It's called the Hellbop comet.
Okay. Well, like I said.
I'm just saying, there's always false prophets using these signs.
Yep.
And then ejecting themselves and giving some kind of report that affects people.
And he said this comet was going on. This star in the shape of a sword hovered over and stayed over the city for a year. On.
It says, and it continued a whole year. Thus also, before the Jews' rebellion and before those commotions which preceded the war.
So he's still letting us know what started this Roman invasion to the point where the city is on fire and there's no hope. What's happening is there was a bunch of events that led up to it. Let's continue.
When the people would come in great crowds to the feast of unleavened bread on the 8th day of the month Antiochus, and at the 9th hour of the night, so the light shone round the altar and the holy house, that it appeared to be brighter daytime.
So it said, what happened? There was a light that was at the 9th hour of the night. The 9th hour of the night, 9, 12, at 3 o'clock in the morning. So at 3 a.m., he says that there was a bright star that was lighter than if it was daytime out there. Read that part again.
That it appeared to be bright daytime, which light lasted for half an hour. This light seemed to be a good sign to the unskillful, but was so interpreted by the sacred scribes as to portend those events that followed immediately upon it.
So he says, scribes, people that were in the book, could tell that what's about to happen was going to be a catastrophe. The skilled scribes could put this together. I don't know what's going on with this thing. It's acting crazy. Okay, let's continue.
Line 292. At the same festival also, a heifer, as she was led by the high priest.
And what is a heifer? A heifer is a what?
Yeah.
A cow, right? Continue.
As she was led by the high priest to be sacrificed, brought forth a lamb in the midst of the temple.
Stop right there. That's crazy.
A heifer actually had a lamb come out of the heifer's body. That is crazy. That's some old like.
It's like a dog giving birth to a cat.
I know, and that's supposed to be something good. This is catastrophe. This is weird. This is a problem, and people should be coming together. Listen, it just shows how our people think, how people in general think. People want to sit back here and look at things optimistic, or to be specific, they want to look at things but based on how it benefits them, based on what scriptures say. Because when you're going into scriptures, you are detaching yourself as much as possible from the context. You know what's hard for Israel to do is to read the scriptures and accept that this book, what does the scripture say concerning you? And let's detach how you feel. Let's detach your story. Let's detach what's not easy and natural to you.
What you want to see?
Or what feels good, or what's easy for you to digest. And can you take the Bible that way? Too many times we read these scriptures, but we don't look at it from a frame of mind like, hey, it doesn't matter what you went through. It doesn't matter how you look at things. It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter the conditions of what you experience in your life. That has nothing to do with what these words say and the expectations that the Most High has for you. What kills us is we want to implement and bring in ourselves into the picture. And we don't want to detach what's in our heads and how we feel and just go off what the message says. If we were capable of doing that, we'd be better for ourselves, and we would have been able to sit back here and process these omens way better. But in our head, you know how many times I heard, I need a win in my life. I need a win right now. What the hell does that mean in regards to the Bible? I just needed a win. What? So you needing a win, you're injecting yourself in the understanding of what's going on in the scriptures. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
We do it all the time. I'm going through all this suffering. I needed this blessing. Are you sure it's a blessing? Or are you calling it a blessing because you're needy as hell?
Or I need a break.
Or you need a break. So this person coming in, I'm gonna give him or her the responsibility because I need a break. You might have sat back here and relieved yourself, but this person was not ready to take on that responsibility.
This is how bad decisions are made.
This is how camps fall apart. A lot of bad things happen because you're making decisions based off how you feel versus what's actually needed and what the scriptures are saying or the direction life is taking.
Hey guys, this and an escape from that is, does this interpretation benefit my personal interest?
That's my point.
Or does it benefit the Most High's interest? Because we are one side when it comes to the Most High.
It's not about the Most High. It's about how can I implement the Most High into what I got going on in my life and in my mind. It's always about
our
that.
servant. So what will be his servant?
Con.
So how is this related to what the Most High's will is versus my will?
And then the crazy thing is, how can you really determine it if you don't have a person next to you in the scriptures helping balance out your thinking? Because a man is always what in his own eyes. You're always going to sit back here and spin it the way you think is right for you.
Yep.
This is why iron sharpens what?
Iron.
If you don't have somebody saying, you're in your head, you're just making this up to benefit you. You need that. We all need that.
It keeps us real.
It keeps us tethered. It really keeps us tethered to the scriptures, to the brotherhood, to the sisterhood, to what really matters.
The scripture says, dreams lift up fools.
Yes.
And all
imaginations.
Dreams are imaginations. The Bible calls them evil imaginations. What makes it evil?
And vain.
And vain too. But what makes it ineffective, or let's say evil? The fact that this is not the will of the Father.
And they're vain because you're following this imagination and you're not tying into what the Most High wants. And it's going to be a vain pursuit. Because that pursuit you're going is not going to lead you anywhere. It's not going to sit back here and get you closer to Heavenly Father. You're just wasting time. You know how many times we waste time with the guise of serving the Heavenly Father? Because you want to pick and choose what we want to give the Heavenly Father. We do it all the time.
The Bible book.
We pick and choose what we want to give, and then we call it giving and sacrificing. But is it really giving and sacrificing if you get to dictate and control what you're giving?
I'm not necessarily a servant.
That's the point.
Or
Or what type of servant are you? Because there's different levels of servitude. There's different levels of commitment. There's different levels of consideration. These are all facts. So, let's continue.
At the same festival also, a heifer, as she was led by the high priest to be sacrificed, brought forth a lamb in the midst of the temple.
Okay.
Moreover, the eastern gate of the inner court of the temple, which was of brass, was vastly heavy.
And vastly heavy. Okay.
And vastly heavy, and had been with difficulty shut by 20 men, and rested upon a basin armed with iron. and had bolts fastened very deep into the firm floor.
I don't want to go any further in there. We're good with that. All we're saying is there's a constant history of omens. There's a constant history of vision. We're not going on more than Joseph. We're good. There's a constant history of visions and omens,
Superstitions.
and a lot of times we think it's working on our side because it's a slanted hope, it's a slanted perspective. When in reality, the Most High had different intentions for us based on scriptures and our conduct. Okay? So now, with that being said, what's that, W?
There's a meme about this too. Just showing the human nature of it. There's a meme. You get a chance, check it out. It's called "This Is Fine."
Oh yeah. That burning building type of situation.
And that fine, this is fine. So that this is the propensity of human nature, and so we're supposed to be above human nature because we're tapped into the Most High.
Because human nature is sensual.
Yeah.
But explain your point.
Because the Bible says
what is this is fine? What is this is fine?
Okay, this is fine is a meme. That is a meme of a dog in a burning house. Okay? And he says, this is fine. The next scene, he's smiling. Everything's on fire. He's smiling like this. Then, the next scene, I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently. He's not living in reality, and he's lying to himself like we do. The next scene, he's drinking his coffee. He's still in his comfort. Then the fifth scene, that's okay. Things are going to be okay. And he still reaches out for a cup of coffee. And in the midst of reaching out for a cup of coffee, his arm starts to melt. Then the sixth scene of this viral or this really famous meme, it was like meme of the year, is a picture of the dog melting in the fire. All right? But it shows how unrealistic people are. We teach optimism when things are bad and negative and dark because the Most High wants you to be positive when things are bad. But the Most High also wants you to give your conscience to His will.
Yeah.
And if I'm conscious of His will, that He controls the outside factors, then my reactions are going to be different than my environment. My actions are going to be different in response to my environment because I'm tapped into the concept the Most High is in control. I take things more serious when I'm aware the Most High is He's controlling my circumstances. But when I ignore the Most High's will and I ignore the circumstances, all I have to listen to is my natural false hopes. Mm-hmm. And this is the danger behind the "this is fine" mentality, which is what Israel had.
This is fine, or everything's a blessing, and I'm not going to be accountable for my actions.
Yes.
Okay. So, with that being the case, we're going to tie it back in. Let's get verse 4 again. 2 Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 4.
2 Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 4. Wherefore every man prayed that apparition might turn to good.
That apparition might turn to good. Because the idea, the optimism is all of these omens, we're going to choose to see it as the good versus take the time to see it as what it is. This could be a curse, and if it's a curse, what do I got to do? We never look at it that way. If it is negative, then what do we got to do to fix what's in ourselves? This was 40 days before it actually happened. Maybe if everybody came together while they were seeing this war in the sky, maybe the Most High would have had mercy. Maybe not. Who knows?
Tap on one scripture.
No. Let's just keep going. Read verse 5.
Verse 5. Now when there was gone forth a false rumor.
Now this is what instigates this situation with Antiochus. He says there is a false rumor that gets fuel. Okay? And this false rumor is what? Read on.
As though Antiochus had been dead.
So now there's a rumor floating in the air that Antiochus died by the hands of the Romans. So now that this rumor is out here, false rumor that Antiochus dies, now Jason, who's sitting back here in the land of Ammon, got him and his men, and he's like, okay, if Antiochus is dead, that's a green light for me to take out Menelaus. Because Antiochus isn't going to sit back here. Menelaus don't got Antiochus back no more. Because Antiochus is dead. So you don't got to wait now. So that Menelaus had lesser men than Jason in the first place. So now Big Bang takes Little Bang.
Yep.
We're going to come out here and take these guys out and reclaim the position. This is what's happening. So read verse 5 again from the top.
Verse 5. Now when there was gone forth a false rumor, as though Antiochus had been dead, Jason took at the least 1,000 men.
So this is the Most High in control of all this. Little birdie came to Jason saying Antiochus is dead, fueling Jason to go out here and go fight.
Yeah.
Antiochus is vexed and embarrassed, is looking bad. He's licking his wounds. All this is happening simultaneously. So all this confusion and chaos.
Yeah.
So now Jason brings 1,000 of his top guys, re-invades Jerusalem. Read on.
And suddenly made an assault upon the city.
Now it's civil war. Now it's Team Jason versus Team Menelaus, and the rest of the Jews are in the middle. So it's one guy pushing Greek ways against another guy pushing Greek ways to fight to determine who gets to control Israel like Greece the most.
So a civil war ensues.
Yeah, I just said it, the civil war.
Yeah,
It was civil war about who was going to run New Antiochus.
Yeah.
It ain't got nothing to do with Jerusalem.
Well, you know, it just shows you what was in Jason the whole time.
Come on, he wanted to get back.
Yeah. He was just looking for opportunity.
Of course, and this was the perceived opportunity that Antiochus was dead. So while they're determining who's going to be the new head guy, he can come in there and take over the authority, and everything's cool. Read on.
And suddenly made an assault upon the city, and they that were upon the walls being put back, and the city at length taken, Menelaus fled into the castle.
So what ends up happening is Jason is victorious. Jason takes over the city. Menelaus hides in that fortified garrison city with all of his soldiers. They don't kill Menelaus, but he hides inside the tower or the citadel inside Jerusalem, buying time, while Jason got everything else on lock, and the citadel or tower is surrounded. So Jason thinks he got a W. Now we're going to hold that. Now we're going to read the life of Greece, and we're going to sit back here and read in page 582, the first full paragraph. The first full paragraph. Okay?
I got it.
Okay.
Life of Greece, page 582. And you talking about shocked by these developments?
Yes, sir.
Page 582. Shocked by these developments and feeling their religion challenged in its very existence, the majority of the Jewish people went over to the side and view of the Hasidim. The Hasidim. When Antiochus IV was expelled from Egypt by Popilius, the news reached Jerusalem in the form of a report that he had been killed.
Like we said, like we read in the Josephus. Read on.
The rejoicing Jews deposed his appointees.
So once again, the opposing Jews, or the rejoicing Jews, deposed his appointees. Antiochus' appointee was Menelaus. Jason came in and deposed Menelaus. Read on.
Massacred the leaders of the Hellenizing party.
So they were killing the leaders of that particular Hellenizing party. Okay, read on.
He says massacring the leaders of the Hellenizing party and cleansed the temple of what they felt to be pagan abominations.
Listen, I'm gonna say that's hard to believe because they were committing abominations under Jason's regime. So it's just a different type of. Maybe the standard was a little better than Menelaus' standard, but it was still wicked. Jason and his regime ousted Menelaus and his regime, and we went into details about how Jason's regime wasn't any better. Okay? Now what we're going to do...
Neither one of them was good.
They were both wicked.
Or not good as Onias III.
Exactly. So, keep going.
It says, Antiochus, not dead but humiliated.
So Antiochus is not dead, but he's humiliated and embarrassed, okay?
Moneyless, and convinced that the Jews had obstructed his campaign against Egypt.
Stop. Now he's in his head, and he says, these damn Jews must have gave the Egyptians the heads up that we were coming. Because what else could the Jew do? Ain't like they had power with the Romans. because they're saying, okay, these guys got connections with the king of the south, the Ptolemies. What they probably did, he says, how did these? Because think about this, Antiochus, like how did I get beat? How did I lose? How did I lose my money?
It wasn't me.
How did I lose my brand? Did you sit back and say nothing? Then how did they know we were coming? Maybe the Jews sent messengers out, sent it out to the Egyptians, so they can get word to the Romans to beat us to the point, to beat us to the punch. So now his eyes he's starting to flame up, and the Most High is in his head. It was the Jews who did it.
Enemy.
The Jews is the reason that you lost.
Enemy of my enemy is
It
my
was the
friend.
Jew did it.
Yes.
It was these colored guys over here in Jerusalem. It was their fault. They're the cause of your downfall.
It was a
So
setup.
he's flamed up. He's mad as hell. Don't continue in this. But we left at the fact that he was convinced that the Jews had obstructed his campaign against Egypt. Read the next part.
And were conspiring to return Judea to the Ptolemies.
So in his mind, he was like, because don't forget, that region was the Ptolemies for a long period of time. So he's like, okay, they were trying to double cross me. They were trying to go to the Ptolemies.
Double cross.
So now he's mad, he's vexed, he's broke, his money ain't right. Things ain't going good for this guy. Okay? And now we're going to go to verse 6. Did we read verse 6?
No.
Yeah.
2 Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 6.
Mm-hmm.
But Jason slew his own citizens without mercy.
So listen, when Jason came in, it wasn't like he was just liberating the people. That's why when you're reading that Life of the Greek books, it's not giving you a proper understanding of what's happening. Oh, he just came in and cleansed the temple. No, that dude came in to get power. And he was killing Jews to get that power. Read verse 6 again.
Verse 6. But Jason slew his own citizens without mercy, not considering that to get the day of them of his own nation would be a most unhappy day for him, but thinking they had been his enemies, and not his countrymen, whom he conquered.
So in his head, he was just fixated on, I'm going to get my power. And these Jews that are here under Menelaus, they want to be here. So I'm going to kill any Jew I see to get my position and authority back. That's a civil war. So he took his 1,000 soldiers and was killing a bunch of Jews. It didn't matter. He didn't question if they were on Menelaus' side or not. He was just killing Jews to get himself back in position. You think he cared about the temple? No.
Nope.
He cared about his authority and his power. That's all he cared about.
But when you look at what's happening, simultaneously as Jason is thinking that the Jews of his own countrymen are his enemies, simultaneously Antiochus is thinking that the Jews set him up with the Ptolemies. So while the priests are thinking negative, the Most High has the king thinking negative of the Jews. It's almost like the temperature of what the Most High has going on in Jerusalem is brought upon by the thinking and meditation and mind of the priests. So if the priests are thinking negative, the Most High got the king thinking negative at the same time.
True.
Yep. And this is what we don't think. We don't realize we're sitting back here and showing greater hatred to one another, and the Most High is inflaming the nation's hatred towards us at the same time. This is still based on how we treat the weak, how we treat the poor and the impoverished. The greater our hatred inflames towards the impoverished, the greater the Most High's hatred inflames towards us. Okay. We finished verse 6. Let's jump real quick to page 208 in the History of Ancient Israel. We're going to sit back here and let me see. Okay. Not long afterwards, however, Jason came back and regained his former position, consigning Menelaus to prison. Menelaus was in prison in that citadel, but he was in prison because he had the range and freedom to go where he wanted to go. He was kind of like cornered there, surrounded. Jason also decided, I don't believe that one. Let me see. He says, and for good measure, expelled the foreign troops from the Acra fortress. So once again, we read earlier that those Greeks were in Acra, in that citadel, protecting Menelaus. He got those Greek guys to get out. He removed the Greeks that was in that fortress. And he killed thousands of Jews that were sitting back here and that he felt were against him in him coming back into power. Then I'm going to read this real quick. So pretty much they're saying, I'm going to read what they say. I'm not really buying it all the way. It said, Jason also decided that his novel Greek institutions of Antiochus had been a mistake, pressing things too far, and so he put an end to his existence, and for good measure expelled the foreign troops from the Acra fortress. So they're saying that Jason repented from his actions and is trying to make things right. I doubt that. That might be how the narrative is, but to me, if he was about doing things right, he wouldn't have been slaughtering his people. He came back there to get his power back.
And if he was a man of morals and standards, he would have been elected as the high priest because he was the oldest out of all the brothers.
God, now. His history, he had a pattern of not being about serving the Most High. So I'm not buying it now. We're going to go here real quick. It says, Antiochus IV, who was involved in hostilities with Egypt, as well as with Parthian secessionists in Iran, suspected him, meaning Jason, of plotting a pro-Ptolemaic coup in collusion with Alexandrian Jews, and saw these suspicions confirmed beyond a doubt when grave disturbances began to occur in Judea. Egged on, it appeared, by the new Hasidic movement. So what he's saying is, what solidified Antiochus to go into Jerusalem is like, these guys are against me. They're plotting against me. Forget this. These guys are the reason why the Romans took me out. The Jews are the reasons why the Romans killed my money and I'm broke now. So I'm going to sit back and break these dudes.
Yep.
This is his thinking. And so the Most High set all this up. He's like, the reason I know is now I'm hearing Jason is in Jerusalem and has got my boy Menelaus in jail. I got to go deal with this rebellion.
Looks like a coup.
It looks like a coup against me. It's an attack against my God. When in actuality, he was just trying to sit back here and reclaim his own personal power. But Antiochus took it. You see how they're both taking it the wrong way?
Yep.
Antiochus is taking it as these guys wanted me out in the first place. That's why they ratted me out to the Jews in Alexandria to notify the Romans to get me out.
The Most High said the deceived under the deceiver are his. They both sit.
But why are people deceived? They're deceived by their own what? Vain opinion. That's where the deceit comes from. That's how the class should have went. Anyway, but let's continue. Let's continue now. And let's see.
Chapter 5 verse 7.
No. What I want to show, let's go to 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles, chapter 33. Second Chronicles 33 and verse 9 through 16. And then we're going to do Jeremiah 15 and 4. And what I'm showing is just on the idea of what Jason is trying to come back in Jerusalem and make things right and take Menelaus out because of how bad Menelaus is. I want to kind of give a comparable storyline between Jason coming back and trying to do things right in comparison to what happened with Manasseh. Okay? King Manasseh and his negative exploits. And he tried to make things right also. So 2 Chronicles 33, verse 9.
2 Chronicles chapter 33 and verse 9. So Manasseh made Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to err.
King Manasseh, inspired Judah to sin and go left. Just like Jason was the first person to do what? Jason was the first person to inspire the Jews to err too. Okay, read on.
and to do worse than the heathen.
So once again, King Manasseh inspired Judah to be worse than the heathen. High priest Jason inspired Israel to be worse than the heathen also. Read on.
Whom the Lord had destroyed before the children of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord spake to Manasseh and to his people, but they would not hearken. Wherefore the Lord brought up them the captains of the host of the king of Assyria, which took Manasseh among the thorns, and bound him with fetters, and carried him to Babylon.
So what ended up happening is King Manasseh went too far, and the Mosai had to sting him by the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria took Manasseh, put him in bonds, and carried him to Babylon. Read on.
And when he was in affliction, he besought the Lord his power, and humbled himself greatly before the power of his father.
So, when Manasseh was in prison, he realized the error of his ways. Read on.
And prayed unto him, and he was entreated of him, and heard his supplication, and brought him again to Jerusalem into his kingdom. Then Manasseh knew that the Lord was power. Now after this, he built a wall without the city of David.
So what ended up happening is this. He got captured. The prayer of Manasseh kind of explains it all. Manasseh led Israel to sin. He repented after he got put to prison. And the Most High allowed him to come back to his city and reign for the remainder of his days. Read on.
Now after this, he built a wall without the city of David, on the west side of Gihon, in the valley, even to the entering in at the fish gate, and compassed about Ophel, and raised it up a very great height, and put captains of war in all the fenced cities of Judah. And he took away the strange gods, and the idols of the house of the Lord, and all the altars that he had built in the mount of the house of the Lord, and in Jerusalem, and cast them out of the city. And he repaired the altar of the Lord, and sacrificed thereon peace offerings and thank offerings, and commanded Judah to serve the Lord, power of Israel.
Okay. So, I tried to paraphrase and just get us, just encapsulize Manasseh's sin and how Manasseh's negative caused Israel to sin. Then Manasseh's capture. Manasseh's ownership of his negative. Manasseh coming back home to Jerusalem. They were a vassal. He starts to fix the issues he made. Tries to get back right with the Most High. Right? Similar to what Jason did. Jason was wicked. Jason led Israel to destruction. Jason sat back here and led all of Judah to their eventual destruction. Now we're reading that he's trying to repent. But we got to keep this in mind about when we sin at the magnitude of how these men sinned. So we're going to go to Jeremiah chapter 15 and verse 4. So the Most High can show us, even though we repent our mistakes, how does the Most High still look at how we made our mistakes? Okay? Read that.
Jeremiah chapter 15 and verse 4. And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth.
So this is the Most High saying he is going to cause all the kingdoms on earth. Sorry, this screen is being crazy. Read that verse again.
Jeremiah chapter 15 verse 4. And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth.
The Most High is going to cause Israel to get scattered throughout all the kingdoms of the earth. Judah specifically. Read on.
Because of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah, king of Judah, for that which he did in Jerusalem.
So it didn't matter Manasseh repenting. Manasseh's sin still had a significant effect on everybody. Same thing happened with Jason. Jason could have sat back here and repented all he wanted. The level of sin he introduced Israel to had a significant effect.
Like Manasseh.
Yeah, that's what it like Manasseh. And this is what explaining. I'm trying to multitask with the screen going weird, y'all. I'm trying to turn it so that it's less pressure on this.
Yeah.
But what's the point? The lesson is this. If you introduce negative in your family, in your household, there is long-lasting effects to you making those negative decisions.
The residue.
You can sit back here all you want and say, but I changed today. I'm a better guy today. Well, don't trip. Don't trip that your negative has long-lasting effects even though you repented. This is why we still have to fight to not be bad examples.
Scripture said, little leaven, leaveneth the whole lump.
And once it's leavened, it's leavened.
Yep. It don't take much leaven to leaven it or influence a whole lot of people.
You can still say sorry, but you still ruin people's lives.
You look at one movie, Colors. How many young men died from after Colors came out?
Dog Pound music.
10 years.
DPG. I mean, murders came from DPG and Snoop, all those dudes. People died off that act.
Or Scarface in the 80s. When it was Scarface came out late 70s, early 80s. How many people want to be Scarface or Nino Brown?
To this day.
Yes.
Yeah.
To this day, people idolize those images.
Or Boys in the Hood or Minister Society.
And all Jake said is, man, he shouldn't have killed Manolo, man. That was the only fault. He shouldn't have killed Manolo. How about selling drugs to your people was a problem?
Yeah.
Buying tigers and being a maniac, being a cokehead, that was a problem too. Just not killing. You shouldn't have killed Manolo. Everything else was cool. What?
It led to the.
What about that Bloods and Crips album that came out in the 90s?
Yeah.
Blood
A
versus
lot
Crips.
of people died off that stuff.
Just on some tapes, on some music.
Bro. A lot of people got in jail. Their lives were ruined.
Yeah,
They're still in
NWA.
jail behind that tape.
Yeah.
How are you?
They're still in jail
30 years
behind that
that
tape.
tape.
And then, what's crazy is the guys that did the music, they can sit back and say, yeah, man.
Actually, a lot of them are dead already.
Yeah.
And these guys, they can sit back and say, yeah, man, I changed, man. I ain't doing that no more. But look at your effect.
Look at this. It's too
You
late.
destroyed people's lives.
Key example, swole dude with the big fro, the
Tookie Williams.
Tookie Williams, bro. He was asking. He said, "I make children's books now. I'm an advocate against gangs."
Cool.
He still had to go.
You still destroyed lives.
Listen,
You destroyed lives.
But he
with your big fro and your white T-shirt and your blue outfit.
and like this is like he like this, looking real like a bloody, powerful figure out. And then he said, "I'm making children's book. I've changed, but the judgment wouldn't change."
Listen, the fact that you ruined lives didn't change, and the fact that that's never changing didn't change. What it lets you know is our negative impact. You can never fix that. You can say sorry all you want. You're going to be judged, and your name's going to be tainted forever for that.
Sin has a consequence.
And there's no taking back from it. Most High might not. I'm not saying the Most High won't forgive you, but you got to live with the fact that people hurt behind your decision making.
There's still a judgment.
Kinda. So Jason can sit back here all he want and come back here and act like he's saving the day. Look at what he introduced to the nation. He ruined Israel, and now the fury behind his decision. Menelaus came second. He's the one who led us the wrong direction.
Jason's the one that brought the Gentile gymnasium.
The gyms, and changed the name to Antiochus, the city of Antiochus.
Yeah.
He's the one who did it. Now you want to change it? It's too late, bro.
Yeah. Now you would say sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And I'm gonna show sorry by killing Menelaus and reestablishing my government that was still wicked in the first.
So I'm gonna rewrite my wrongs.
Please, bro.
I'm gonna try to rewrite my wrongs before I go.
He's still letting you know. The Most High is letting us know you can rewrite all you want. There's always going to be a reminder of people who follow the odium, who follow that old example.
Where did I learn it from? I learned it by watching you, Dad. I learned it from watching you.
That
Where'd you
80s
get this
commercial.
from?
Yeah. It's too late.
It's too late.
It influences.
Now, he's about that action now, and you got to watch him be that pothead because he saw you do it.
Yeah.
You can reform all you want. Sometimes those actions resonate.
He found your stash.
And he found your stash, and he's doing it. Now you change up, but every day you got to see the fact that this guy is this graduate to worse drugs because you introduced him to the first drug in the first place. You showed him weakness.
Hey, that's out of control.
Listen, why am I going into that? I'm not doing that. I'm not saying this to make people feel bad. I'm saying this to get folks to understand how serious we got to take sin, so that we don't keep screwing people over, keep ruining lives. Because the Jew ruins lives. People ruin other people's lives with their bad example. Yes, sir.
I said the reality of our decisions and the consequences.
There was legitimate consequences to our actions. Because what we don't want to see is that there's certain people in life that are close to us that feed off the weakness around them. They're the ones with the strong aspects of you. People see weakness and want to fuel off weakness. And when you give them a reason to be weak, they're going to take it.
They want justification.
And that's people in general.
And we can say it's actions, but if you read Ecclesiastes 20 and 18 in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiastes chapter 20 verse 18, because we can say, yeah, you know what, I haven't done these things to be an example, to people and set the wrong tone for people to follow. But read that in Ecclesiastes 20 and 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 20 and verse 18. To slip upon a pavement.
It says to slip upon a pavement. Has anybody fell on hard pavement and concrete?
Hurts.
Yeah,
especially if it's icy.
If it's icy. Yeah, because you don't know, you can't control how you fall. You can try to hurt.
You can try to be athletic and use your arms and like that.
Yeah, you just flip up on your back. He says to slip upon the pavement. Go ahead.
Is better than to slip with the tongue.
How many? You might not have been a wrong example, but how many times have we said the wrong thing or acted out of negative speech, and you try to take those words back, and it's too late. The damage is done. You can't always take the words back, even if you can say, well, I never done drugs in front of my kids, or my kids never see me drink, or they never see me do this. Well, have your kids heard you say something that you should have never said? Have you said something you wish you would have never said that has had a negative impact, and now you can't take it back? It says it's better to slip on a pavement than to slip with your tongue. Read on.
So the fall of the wicked shall come speedily.
Go ahead.
An unseasonable tale.
So what happens when I said something when I was angry, though?
Wow.
Well, you can't hold that against me, because I was angry at that time. If you knew what was going on in my life, I just got fired from my job. Mm-hmm. If you knew what the kind of pressure I was under, I was behind on this, so I was trying to do this and do that. So you didn't know my situation, but it's too late, because you said something that was what? It was out of season. How many times have we spoken and said something that had a negative effect on somebody, and it was unseasonable? The words were unseasonable. The timing was wrong. And now it's like that person is left stained because now they got those words stuck in the brain for years, bro.
Yep.
And all they could do is hear your words over and over in your head. Well, I did it because of this. You can say, I'm sorry, I forgive you. But even in words, we damage people by saying things out of season. So it's actions and it's words that both have long-standing effects on people that we want to take back. They don't take back sometimes. You can say, I'm a different person now. I'm a changed person. I'm not that person I used to be. That was the old me. But the damage is done. It doesn't take away from the fact that damage is done.
And you know what? This should be a motivation to fix what's inside of you faster. Because the only thing you can control at that particular point is to fight to fix what's inside of you faster, so you hurt less people down the line.
Yep.
Because listen, half the time is what should motivate you to change. What should motivate Israelites to change? Maybe we should be motivated to change because we don't want to have our example negatively affect any more people than it already has been. Hopefully our love should grow, because listen, that's how we show love to our people. You show love to your brother and sister by fixing what's inside of you faster, so they don't get negatively affected like other people were negatively affected, if we're looking at things spiritually. So, what we're trying to express is that the road Jason took Israel, there was no turning back. There's no turning back, and there's significant consequences that come from those decisions.
Yep.
Okay, so now let's go 2 Maccabees 5 and verse 7.
2 Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 7. Howbeit, for all this he obtained not the principality.
So he says all this work and all these thousands of Israelites that he killed, he still didn't sustain the leadership position for a very long time. He came in here, he killed. It was almost like the Most High used Jason to come in here just to instigate and fuel Antiochus. So he didn't even get in there long. Menelaus is still in prison. I'm assuming they're trying to sit back here and keep him in jail for a trial. He wasn't even in power for a long time, Jason. Read on.
But at the last received shame for the reward of his treason.
So he says, at the very end, he was shamed for the treason he established. This still goes back on Jason's wickedness from the beginning. He was wicked from the beginning, and now he's coming back in to take out Menelaus, and what's going to happen is he's going to be branded a treasonous man because Menelaus is going to get put back in power. Jason's going to get eradicated and kicked out again.
I guess he wasn't the people's champ.
He was not the people's champ, and it wasn't meant to be because when Antiochus comes in, this cat heads for the hills again. He bails out Menelaus. Menelaus is back in the streets, wreaking havoc. Read on.
And fled again into the country of the Ammonites.
He ran again to the country of the Ammonites once he found out that Antiochus wasn't dead. He ran with his 1,000 men, but the damage is done. But think about this. Antiochus knows Jason left. And Antiochus still is going to sit back here and destroy Jerusalem. That's how you know the Most High just used Jason to fuel Antiochus' fire. Because if Antiochus got to the city and knows Jason ain't there, why would he want to harm the city?
If he knew it was a fabricated coup.
And if it was a coup, the coup members left. Why punish the people in the city?
Because they voted for him.
Oh, they didn't vote for him. That's my point.
But that's what he's thinking. He's thinking that
everybody secretly wants him anyway.
Yeah.
They don't want me. So I'm going to sit back and punish them.
But he has a negative mentality.
This guy is falling off the deep end at this point. He's lost all his cool. He got visions of that Roman general putting a circle around him and calling him out and making him look like a little chump.
Yeah.
He got visions of embarrassment in his head. Then he's insecure. Then he's angry.
Himself.
He's angry that people are smiling at him. Everybody's smiling at him.
That's what happened back then.
You got your ass kicked. Everybody's embarrassed. He's embarrassed and everybody's laughing at him.
Across that line.
Yeah.
He is embarrassed.
Everybody got sticks and circles there.
Yeah.
Drawing circles there.
All he sees is circles around him, man. He's embarrassed. He's mad. The guy that started the coup is gone, and he's still taking out his fury on Israel. Continue.
In the end, therefore, he had an unhappy return.
So this is about Jason. At the end, he had an unhappy return because he didn't get what he wanted, was the kingdom. Read on.
Being accused before Aretas, the king of the Arabians, fleeing from city to city.
So now we know Antiochus is in power. So every country around him is still serving Antiochus. So he's going from city to city being a what? A wanted man. This guy's an outlaw. So he had to leave the city of Ammon and all these other surrounding countries because he's an outlaw. And all these territories were controlled by Antiochus. Read on.
Pursued of all men, hated as a forsaker of the law.
So listen, he was still a forsaker of the laws. He still has this wicked reputation of being against the Heavenly Father. He still has that stigma on him. Okay? He's going from city to city. He's a man with no country. He's a man with no country. Give me a red. He's a man with no country. He's isolated and exposed. Read on.
And being had in abomination as an open enemy of his country and countrymen, he was cast out into Egypt.
So he couldn't listen. He got cast out everywhere.
Yeah.
Because everywhere he was synonymous for bringing Israel to Hellenism. So this man was not respected anywhere.
Now people are mad, but you wanted it.
God.
You did. You made me go Greek. You made me change.
There you go. That's what ends up happening.
You are the reason why I'm like this now.
Yes. Yes.
Like, listen, bro. I'm not trying to be funny, but when people look down, fate's already sealed.
Okay.
The whole class you went on about how Israel was making themselves uncircumcised.
Yeah.
How can you really be like, Most High is going to defend me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When I constantly made the effort to do the surgical
To
procedure
push it, but yeah,
to
exactly.
make myself uncircumcised,
Yeah.
and I devoted and I've sacrificed my children to that system.
It's not that easy to be like, my bad, y'all. That's my fault.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
that's my fault.
That's my fault. My bad. I take that back.
I was 2 years just tripping.
I don't know what I was thinking.
It's too late.
It's too late.
The
Man.
damage is done. He's hated in all the Hebrew communities, even in Egypt. He can't go back to Alexandria. They hate him there. Read on.
Thus he that had driven away out of their country perished in a strange land, retiring to the Lacedaemonians.
So he ends up going to the Hebrews who just found out they was Hebrews like 15 years ago.
Yeah. That sounds familiar. Yeah.
So he goes back to the Hebrews that don't want to bring know who they are.
Yeah.
And they know they're Jews, but they don't really know all the details. So you can get away and blend in being Greek in Lacedaemonia. Because he went to Greece. Lacedaemonia is near Corinth. So when you read about the Corinthians, the letters to the Corinthians, that's the Lacedaemonians. So we went back up to Greek land and was able to do his Greek thing and be accepted out there. But amongst the Jewish people in the know, he was ostracized. As he was deservedly so. He should have died for what he did.
Yeah.
But a negative he brought to the people. But the Most High's verdict is you're going to be ostracized and be a nobody and be hated by your people.
But he don't want to live like that anyway. He hates that.
God,
He wants glory.
he wants respect. And that's how Most High gets a lot of people. The punishment is just you're going to be irrelevant. You're going to be ostracized. You're going to be known as the guy who betrayed the people.
You're the guy that drew the king out like a chess piece.
Yeah.
Yep. You're the guys that brought the demise of the nation. Because that's what him and his
You
children
gotta
were
live
known
with
for.
that though.
You're going to be known as the guy who was the reason why Antiochus destroyed the nation. That's who he is. So, where are we at? Verse 9, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's continue in verse 9.
Thus he that had driven many out of their country perished in a strange land, retiring to the Lacedaemonians, and thinking there to find succor by reason of his kindred.
He's hoping he can find some love and respect by his kindred. But the damage is done. You're with the Spartans now, man.
Yep.
You're with the Spartans now, bro, and they got weird ways too. So maybe you fit in. You probably fit in good with the Spartans. Read on.
And he that had cast out many unburied had none to mourn for him.
He said, and he that cast out many unburied. Now, he was responsible for thousands of dead bodies that didn't get proper funerals. All these massacres and these assassinations and all this crime and injustice that was done to good men and women, a lot of them weren't given proper burials. Remember we read last week that because of the dirty politics Menelaus did and how he spared himself, many of his people were killed because of false claims and false accusations, and the Tyrians, Zidonians, non-Israelites end up paying for their burials. We went into that last week.
Yeah.
But it was that on top of the many deaths that are happening during the Civil War and the many deaths that's about to be talked about by Antiochus is all because of what Jason did. All because of those negative actions of Jason. He opened the door and it augmented by Menelaus' wickedness. Okay? So read verse 10 again.
Verse 10. And he that had cast out many unburied had none to mourn for him.
Nobody's going to mourn for you. You know the funny thing is when you're in power, you bring the wickedness into the body, people accept it. But then what ends up happening is, after it, the people hate you. It's like when you give people what they want in the flesh,
Temporarily,
temporarily they like you, but afterwards they hate you.
Yeah.
I don't know who got this. This AC is on blast, and I'm okay with it. But a lot of people are kind of chilly out here. Can we put it on 72 out?
Yes, sir.
Who done did that?
I feel he's in the 60s out here. They feel like it's like 68. Like, damn! Who did that?
Icebox in here.
Listen, I did not touch the AC unit like that. I did not do that. 71, 72 with this many people is okay. You start getting the 60s act. Like, I like it, but people are shivering. I think, why are they putting coats on and covering their head? And what's going on here? I'm trying to teach and focus. Everybody's moving and the covering. I'm like, damn, is there? I know it gets really cold in the back.
I'm really paying attention because it's freezing back.
Yes. Okay. So we're good. So read verse 10 one more time.
Verse 10. And he that had cast out many unburied had none to mourn for him, nor any solemn funerals at all, nor sepulchres with his fathers.
You're not going to be buried with your fathers because you did a shameful thing. When you read all throughout history, the kings that were wicked and dishonorable, you couldn't get buried in the same graveyard as all the other great kings. Even Manasseh, he repented. He couldn't go in the sepulcher of the great kings. He had to go in some separate burial ground now. And that means something.
That's a great...
Because most guys talked about not leaving a stain on your name.
Yep.
A bad reputation is one of the worst things you can have in life back in those days. You sat back here and brought your nation to destruction. That meant something.
Infamy.
That meant something back in the day. Only thing that matters now is making some money and hustling and making moves. And maybe you got a little mural if you was kind of halfway famous in the streets out.
Yeah. Having a mural.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Lil Pookie. You might get that like this. You might get a T-shirt with you like this, with doves, with doves and birds around you.
And they'll still cross that out. And we'll put graffiti over that on your little mural in the hood.
Prodigy, for example. Prodigy has a mural in Queens that kids getting desecrated out of. There's a lot of people that hate him in Queens. But you would think after all the great music he created that his mural would last. But even the great rappers out here in Texas, their murals are getting sprayed over. It's over time.
What great San Antonio rappers is that?
Not to Texas. To Texas.
I know great San Antonio rappers. Come on now.
Come on, Texas.
I just messing with you. Come on now. If you said Port Arthur, okay, I'd say okay.
That's what I'm talking
Maybe
about.
Port Arthur and Houston. That's it. It's Houston and Port Arthur, nothing else.
Yeah. But it's not guaranteed.
Dallas has some good rappers, right? DOC was a good rapper.
He claimed West Coast.
No, he always say.
I know he's from Texas.
Yeah.
But he was doing West Coast stuff.
Yeah, that's where the money was at.
That's true.
But the point is, like you said, that you put a stain on your honor or your name. You know, to be buried with your fathers is a testimony to righteousness.
Yep.
That you've been doing things the right way. That you get to be buried with them. You know, so even in death, there's still some respect on your name. But for people to look at your name with infamy and to say, man, I hated that guy. Or, man, I couldn't stand that person. Man, that's an inglorious way to go out.
No doubt.
Yeah.
So, did we get to verse 11? Did we finish that yet?
We're on verse 11.
Yeah, keep going. Read verse 11 from the top again. And we are going to go back into Josephus real quick. But keep going.
Verse 11. Now when this that was done came to the king's ear, he thought that Judea had revolted. Whereupon, removing out of Egypt in a furious mind, he took the city by force with arms.
In his hand, he thought that the whole city rebelled. So he's like, if the whole city's going to rebel, and they don't want men to lands, they got a problem with me. And you know, it's proof that they sent the Romans out to me in the first place. They're rebelling against me. I'm going to break these dudes. I'm going to break this city. I'm going to destroy everybody in here. So doesn't this make a lot more sense as to why Antiochus was on this warpath now versus him just sitting back here and just wanting to kill Jews for the sport of it?
Yeah.
It wasn't just that simple. There was way more layers to it, and ultimately it was our wickedness that motivated them to do that. Okay? What we're going to do is go to Josephus, book 12. Josephus, book 12, paragraph 5. Chapter 5, paragraph 2. We're going to just read the entire paragraph 2.
You a war to Jews or antiquities?
This is Antiquities. Antiquities, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 2. So now it's like 75 in here.
That quick. Yeah.
That quick. You feel like there's no air going on here now. Okay, read that.
Antiquity of the Jews, chapter 5, paragraph 2. Book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 2.
Mm-hmm.
Line 242. Now Antiochus, upon the agreeable situation of the affairs of his kingdom, resolved to make an expedition against Egypt, both because he had a desire to gain it, and because he commended the son of Ptolemy.
He condemned the son of Ptolemy. He didn't respect him. And that was his nephew. He didn't respect him. Read on.
As now weak, and not yet of abilities to manage affairs of such consequence.
Exactly. He was young. He was a child. He couldn't handle responsibility. This kingdom is mine for the taking. Read on.
So he came with great forces to Pelusium, and circumvented Ptolemy Philometor by treachery, and seized upon Egypt.
He seized Egypt. He ended up taking Ptolemy Philometor and saying, I'll train the boy and train him in leadership, but really he was just taking his position. Read on.
He then
Or making him a vassal. Read on.
He then came to the places about Memphis, and when he had taken them, he made haste to Alexandria, in hopes of taking it by siege, and of subduing Ptolemy, who reigned there. But he was driven not only by Alexandria, but out of all Egypt, by the declaration of the Romans, who charged him to let that country alone. Accordingly, as I have elsewhere formerly declared, I will now give a particular account of what concerns this king, how he subdued Judea and the temple. For in my former work I mentioned those things very briefly, and have therefore now thought it necessary to go over that history again, and that with great accuracy.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a bit. We're bouncing because we need to make sure we tell the story properly. We're not just getting ahead of ourselves. So now we're going to get back to the history of the Jews, page 208 and 209, and continue forward. Okay, so he says Antiochus IV, who was involved in hostilities with Egypt as well as with Parthian secessionists in Iran, suspected him, Jason, of plotting a pro-Ptolemaic coup in collusion with Alexandrian Jews, and saw these suspicions confirmed beyond a doubt when grave disturbances began to occur in Judea. Egged on, it appeared, by the new Hasidic movement. So he marched into the city of Jerusalem, pulled down its walls, looted its temple treasure, and brought back Menelaus and the Syrian garrison, the Edomite garrison, fortifying the citadel for their defense, for the protection of their Hellenizing supporters, who flocked there for safety. So once again, first things first, he sat back and reestablished the police. He reestablished Menelaus. He went to the temple, looted the temple, and it goes into more specifics in each of these books and the scriptures. It says, Antiochus then proceeded to cause this group still greater satisfaction when he forbade Jews in all parts of the country to practice circumcision or celebrate the Sabbath, ordering them instead to offer sacrifices to pagan gods. Next, he took a step which seemed to horrify Jewish community, the ultimate abomination of desolation, the abominable thing that causes desolation or pause. In 167, he formally rededicated the Jerusalem temple as the shrine of the supreme Greek deity, Olympian Zeus. This part of the general policy of Hellenizing local communities all over his empire so that their divergent cultures might be unified and resistance to the central authority consequently diminished. So what he did is he came down here and he made the Greek deity Zeus the focus of temple worship. Okay? But the problem is, I still don't understand why the Jew ended up being so appalled. Why is the Jew so appalled when we wanted the Greek way? We wanted Hellenism. It was just, it was almost like we want to pick and choose the type of Hellenism we have.
Yeah.
But when it's forced on us, we don't want to do it. It's like we want to rebel, but we don't want to be forced by the Most High to do nothing. We don't even want to be forced by Esau to do nothing. We just want to be forced.
It's the class. That's true.
I mean, that's the number one issue.
It's always the class.
Because when we were sitting back here buying Greek porn art, it was okay.
Yeah.
It was okay to buy Greek porn. It was okay to go to gymnasiums and do homosexual acts. It was okay to just make yourself uncircumcised again.
Or bring in the brothels.
It was okay to sit back here and do the gymnasiums and the Olympics, which was in acknowledgement of Zeus.
True.
It's okay to do that, but don't force me to serve Zeus. Now I'm mad.
Well,
It's just like Mosiah's like, we didn't want the Mosiah to force us to serve him.
Yep.
We don't want Esau to force us to serve him.
Exactly.
It's the forcing part that's the problem. But keep going.
As it connects to the point we always establish, Israel wants the best of both worlds.
God.
I want the best of the Greeks and the best of being
Without being pushed.
without
I want to be
being
able to pick and choose
That's
if I
the
want to
root
do
of
the
all our
Sabbath.
problems.
Do I want to do the Sabbath or not? You just can't tell me I can't do the Sabbath. Now I'm upset.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me, Father, that I have to be in order with the Most High. Now I'm unhappy.
I want the opposite.
That's the theme. It's the fact that you don't get a choice that pisses Israel off. If you think about it. Because we were doing Greek stuff anyway. Why are we tripping that he's forcing us to do Greek stuff now? Now we no longer have an option. That is the only difference between before Antiochus shows up and after. Now you don't have a choice. Let's not act. We read it, how the temple, people weren't even going to the temple. They were leaving the temple to go to the gym.
And priests didn't want to teach or do the service.
So that wasn't
They didn't wanna do
happening
the service.
anyway. So it wasn't happening. So what's the issue? Now I've lost the choice to do what I want to do, whether I might not do the Sabbath. But you can't tell me I can't do the Sabbath. Now we got to pray to the Lord. Father, take us out of this abominable situation. The white man is making me do something now. How dare he make me to do something? This is the parallel the Most High tries to show us through affliction. I'm taking my time to express this. When we show and tell the Most High that we are not going to follow him, he puts us in conditions that forces us to follow the person in power then. If you're not going to serve me, you're still going to serve. What do you think slavery was about? You don't want to be a servant to the Heavenly Father, then you're going to be a servant to the Dutch East Indian Company.
Yeah.
You're going to be a servant in South America. You're going to be a servant in Central America. You're going to sit back here and be in these cotton plantations. You're going to serve somebody.
He said rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. So there's going to be somebody over you at all times.
Because we chose not to serve the invisible power. It always goes back to that. Because I'm sitting back here, and I know Antiochus came with force, and we're going to read some despicable things he did in this other book and in the scriptures. So this is not about absolving Antiochus. But I'm like, in regards to him Hellenizing Israel, Israel was already called Antiochia. We already gave up the title of our city.
And we was already changing our own names to Greek names.
We were already changing our name to Greek names. We were already going to the gyms. We were already going to the Olympics and praising Zeus at the Olympics.
What's your baby name? Demetrius.
Brother,
Like, where you get this from?
Athena.
Yeah.
What is this crap, huh?
Yeah.
We were already doing this. We were already not following the law. Now because Antiochus says you have no choice, you have to sit back here and serve me. Now all of a sudden, people are all out in arms? That's insane.
Yep.
Okay. So let's keep going. It says, at At a time when the merging of religions was such a fashionable idea through Hellenistic world, it seemed to him and the men around him that the local Jewish god could easily be assimilated to Zeus. After all, under his eternal name of Zeus Sabazios, some Jews already identified him with the Most High under the latter name of Sabaoth, which may mean Lord of the armies. Moreover, the Samaritans, or at least the Greek colonists in Samaria, had actually requested that their shrine should be Hellenized in the same manner. So they were doing that all the way up in Samaria at Mount Gerizim. But Olympian Zeus was equated in local terms with the Syrian and Phoenician Canaanite Baal Shemin, already worshipped by the Syrian troops in Jerusalem. Anyway, the point is, all around the world, people would take their idols and connect them with the idol of Zeus. Because when you go from the Tower of Babel, and we've gone over this in different classes, from the Tower of Babel, all of these names of these masculine idols were the same deity, just by different languages. So if it was the Canaanite god or the Greek god, it's all the same god. It's just different names. The only God that's different is the Most High. Okay? So the idea of Hellenizing Israel would be no different in their eyes than any other nation, because they're assuming all these gods are the same gods. We know all those gods are the same except for the Most High.
They all come from Nimrod.
God, except for the Heavenly Father.
Mm-hmm.
So it says, let's let this go. I think we got the point now. I don't want to keep drawing this topic too far away from the point. Now we're going to go into the persecution side of it. We got the Hellenistic part. Let's go into the actual real difficult scenarios. So Antiochus, not dead, but humiliated. This is in the Greek book. Moneyless and convinced that the Jews had obstructed his campaign against Egypt. Can you read it?
Yeah, where you at?
This is and were conspiring to return Judea to the Ptolemies. This is 582 in the middle. Close. Let me see. There.
Okay.
Let's read the next part.
I got it right here. Okay, so it says, Antiochus not dead, but humiliated, moneyless, and convinced that the Jews had obstructed his campaign against Egypt and were conspiring to return Judea to the Ptolemies, marched up to Jerusalem, slaughtered Jews of either sex by the thousand, desecrated and looted the temple, appropriated for the royal coffers its golden altar, its vessels, its treasuries.
So they took all the rest of the significant golden items in Jerusalem. They looted it and they took everything from Jerusalem. Okay, read on.
Restored Menelaus.
But the question is, what's the difference with what he's doing and what Menelaus did?
Same thing.
Menelaus was taking gold items from the temple
to pay debts.
All Antiochus said, I'm going to take everything. I'm going to take all the gold. Menelaus took some of the gold.
Well, remember,
we were still already doing that negative anyway.
But remember, Menelaus was in debt.
Yeah.
By Antiochus to begin with. And then so Menelaus is like, y'all owe me money anyway. Mm-hmm. So it really didn't matter if it was Menelaus or Jason. Both had to pay to Antiochus.
So all I'm saying is Antiochus is doing deeds that we were already doing. Listen, Antiochus ramped up the expectation of Hellenization. We were already Hellenizing ourselves.
Right.
Antiochus sat back here and looted the temple. We were already looting our own temple.
Right.
He's just doing more of what we were already doing.
Maxing it out.
Come on. But keep going.
So it says, and its treasuries restored Menelaus to supreme power and gave orders for the compulsory Hellenization of all Jews.
And we read about the compulsory Hellenization of all Jews. No Sabbath. Follow Zeus as the Most High, all that stuff. Read on.
He says, he commanded that the temple be rededicated as a shrine to Zeus, that a Greek altar be built over the old one, and that the usual sacrifices be replaced with the sacrifice of swine.
He did that. The funny thing, he says, he sat back here and made a mandate that the usual sacrifices be switched to swine. What they don't tell you is that even in the Greek sacrificing to Zeus in Greece, the majority of the sacrifices in Greece was cattle. They don't tell you that. In Greece, the number one, I have writing on this. They sacrificed, the number one animal they sacrificed to Zeus in Greece was cattle. The least popular animal to sacrifice to Zeus was swine. They don't tell you that.
Because one of the worships of Zeus was to sacrifice a bull.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been a pig, because
my point.
That was one of the rituals that you do to sacrifice to Zeus, was to sacrifice an ox, a male ox.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't have been a pig anyway. So not even the Greeks sacrificed pigs on a regular.
That's what I'm saying. He sat back here and pushed the swine as a dig at the Jews,
as a spit in their face,
as a spit in their face to defile them. But that wasn't happening in Greece. It was ox and it was cattle. Ox were more expensive. They were the most expensive animal to give. Then you had your cattle, and then it worked your way from lambs and goats and all that stuff afterward. They were doing the same things we were doing. This is why when you read in Corinthians about people sitting back here and buying meat from the shambles, they were buying meat from the stores. Yeah. And these ultra-religious Jews would trip on the newly developed Christians about, did you sit back here and get meat from the idol's temple? But that meat was cattle. That meat was ox. That meat was cow. It wasn't swine. People use that scenario to justify you can eat whatever animals you want. That's not true. Right. The Greeks normally offered cattle and ox to sacrifice, not swine. He specified swine in Jerusalem to destroy us and to get us further away from the law. That is what they used. They said the swine was the most common animal of the era. So they weren't going to sit back and give up the most common animal. They were going to offer the best animal to Zeus. So anyway, just keep that in mind for history's sake. But continue.
All right.
He forbade.
He forbade. Let me see. He forbade the keeping of the Sabbath or the Jewish festivals, and made circumcision a capital crime. Throughout Judea, the old religion and its rites were interdicted, and the Greek ritual was made compulsory on pain of death.
So the only difference Antiochus did is he sat back and imposed death and pain for not following. Now Israel is being forced to comply versus Israel doing what they want when they want, picking and choosing how much sin they want to consume, and picking and choosing how much servitude they want to serve.
And so it's only wrong if the choice is taken away.
That is what I'm trying to say. When you don't give me a choice, now I'm going to protest. But it's giving me the power to do what I want to do when we want to do it. That's what makes the Jews bad servants. That's what makes us bad servants now. We will serve to a degree. We will change to a degree. We'll make adjustments to a degree.
But don't force me.
Don't force me. When you force me, I rebel. And then when Esau forces you, you rebel. The lesson was we don't follow and we don't submit. We pick and choose when we want to submit and wonder why the Most High don't honor us and brings about more people to put stiffer pressure on us. Because the fact is we don't want to get pushed. We don't want to submit. If you're looking at things non-biased and impartial, because that's how we got to look at all these things. This would give you an answer as to why my boss is giving me so many problems. Why I'm pushing the job. Why is my husband constantly riding me? Why is there always this constant pressure? Because most of the time, we don't want to submit. And we don't want to submit to the Most High first.
Oh, you're saying that we want to submit on our terms and conditions?
And that's not submitting. When you're submitting to your terms and conditions, that's not submission. You're in control.
We submit when we're under threat. Like you brought out King Manasseh. He had to go to prison first.
Well, he was in shackles.
Yeah, he's in shackles.
He was like this.
And then all of a sudden he got revelation.
Yeah, oh yeah, God is talking to me now. The Lord is talking to me.
It makes sense.
Now I need to send prayers up.
There is a thing called repentance.
Yeah. Now it's hallelujah. It's Yahweh Hashem Yahshua. The Lord's great. Okay. Because he finally accepted, he got to be humble. You're either going to humble to the Lord or you'll humble to these Assyrians. It's that reminder. I don't think we understand that. Israel's always mad at their job. They're always mad with their husband or their wife, their living condition, their circumstances. But he's not showing us why. He's not going to give you people, he's going to keep having people on your back because you haven't learned how to serve. You haven't learned how to put your will last. If you learn how to put your will last and the Most High's will first, then you know what? Would you really be aggravated about what's happening at work?
Nope.
Why would you be aggravated at work when you realize it's not about you at work? And it's about the job, and it's about the responsibility the Lord's got over you at the job. Mm-hmm. If you understand that, why are you angry? You're only angry because you don't want to serve. That's the point. And he's trying to show us in little snapshots how we hate to serve.
I believe it's in Malachi when he says, you do have an ox that's a male. He says, but you sacrifice to me that which is lame.
Yeah, it's those lame sacrifices.
It's those lame sacrifices. We give the Most High the sacrifices.
The three-legged goat.
The four-eyed animals. You know what I'm saying? Animals that should have been, put to death.
He's like this. He's living like this at the altar, right?
Yeah, we bring that
because I can't get nothing out of it. I'll give it to God.
I wasn't gonna make no money off that anyway.
So let me give it to the Lord and sacrifice.
The Lord.
Yeah,
we're gonna sacrifice that one.
Listen, his insides is good.
Yeah,
it'll be all right. Listen, giving the good sacrifice means you got to lose something.
Yeah, it's a value.
That animal can make me money, and I got to give it up.
But the Most High is saying, you got the ox that's right for me in your stable. He said, you got the male. Meaning you got the right sacrifice, you just hold on to it. And
because it's valuable to you.
Because it's valuable to you. So that means that each and every one of us have the capability of serving the Most High the way he wants to be served. But we choose to give the Most High something that's less valuable, that's not so strenuous, and less risky. So we don't like taking risks.
So then the Most High has to force your hand.
Yeah.
And put you under people that are extreme.
Yep.
And yes, the person is extreme, and the boss is crazy. You know what we end up doing? We leave this boss, go to another boss. And the other boss is, guess what? He's extreme. She's even more extreme. And you keep running from the reality that you don't want to serve. You don't want to be obedient. You don't want to be up under the hand of a taskmaster. But what you don't see is you don't want to be under the hand of the Lord. That's the start. Because if you can understand how the Most High puts pressure on you and accept that dynamic, operating in the world is cake at a job. Mm-hmm. If you know how to serve the Most High, working the job is easy. Do your job. If you got to lose some sleep and do some work a little later on, do it. If you can't figure that out, it's because you don't want to serve anyway. You want independence. I'm reading it. I'm trying to read it. I'm trying to see. When we read into like the killing and stuff, it hurts your heart. But in these mandates to follow the Greek way, it's like the Most High. You didn't want to serve me anyway. Why are you tripping now? You was dabbling eating pork anyway. You was uncircumcising your children anyway.
Yep.
So just because it's a law, now you're tripping that it's a law?
Now we cry.
Now you're tripping? Because they're making you do it?
Yeah.
He's making us confess our own pretense. Our falseness.
God.
The Lord.
He's mocking us. Look at these guys. Now they're tripping on being going Greek. When they've been going Greek for like 7 years. Now they're appalled that they have to follow Greek ways. Like these guys are a joke. Let's talk about us. Let's keep going. Every Jew who refused to eat.
All right. He says, every Jew who refused to eat pork or who was found possessing the book of the law was to be jailed or killed.
I guess my question is, if you had the law, you was going to be jailed or killed. How many of us were reading the law anyway? Who was reading the law If we was reading the law, we would have threw away the Greek porn.
Yeah.
In pottery. We would have sat back here and been protesting about the Greek gems. You don't hear any protest about the Greek gems.
Or the Greek festivals.
Or the Greek festivals. The people wearing, you're going to read about how they make everybody serve honor Dionysus and wear ivory on their head.
Yeah.
Or leaves. That means you got to be down with partying.
I mean,
however the party goes.
That's Bacchanal.
Listen. That's whatever party's going on, you got to be part of that.
That's Fat Tuesday.
Yeah.
Con. But once again, we're okay with doing it. Just don't force me to do it.
Carnival.
Just don't force me. I will go to Carnival. Just don't make me do it every week.
Yeah.
I will do the debauchery, but you can't tell me I have to do it. But I will do it.
Yeah.
When I feel like it. You just can't make me do it. If you make me do it, I'm going to cry to the Lord. This is us. This is crazy. This is how the Jew thinks. I'm reading, what have we not been doing anyway? We weren't reading the Bible anyway. We weren't reading the Bible for years. Why is it during the time of Nehemiah, we had to bring all the priests out and teach the Jews the law? That was only 100 years ago. If we was reading the Bible, we wouldn't have had to get taught the law 100 years ago. The Lord said, okay, let me help the Jews out and let me get the Septuagint so there's no excuses about the Bible. Anyway, let's continue, man. You got to type something in? I'll read it.
No, I got it. Somebody's hitting me right there.
Yeah.
Okay, it says, was to be jailed or killed, and the book wherever found was to be burned. Jerusalem itself was put to the flames, its walls were destroyed, and its Jewish population was sold into slavery.
So my question is, he says they destroyed the walls and they burnt the walls. My thing is, symbolically, most guys like, why do y'all need walls? You're inviting the nations in anyway. What was the purpose of having walls? It was to keep the nations out. To keep foreign invaders out. That's what it was. To keep foreign influence and foreign invaders out.
Yep.
Think about the Most High being angry at his kids. You don't need them doors. You want these nations to come in.
You invited them.
You want them in. You want to partake with them. Keep the gates open. Keep the walls open. It ain't like you want to keep to yourselves. So let's tear the walls down, burn it up. Y'all don't appreciate me. You don't appreciate the separatism that you were supposed to have from the nations. You want to be like them, so keep the gates open so the nations come in when they want to.
You know,
Think that's the most like being an angry father and an angry husband. You would say, I bought you this car and I didn't want to drive out here, go hang out to the club with niggas in my car? Think about this. If a husband finds that out, what's going to happen to that car? Crazy husband. That car is going to be on bricks.
Yeah.
It's going to be on bricks. You ain't driving no damn well. That's my car.
Oh, you watched that YouTube video where the dude...
I've seen people tear up...
the dude snatched the engine out the car because while the girl sitting in the car with another dude.
I remember that one.
He said...
I've never seen that.
He said, I'm taking this back.
He said, I put the engine in here. I put this
He
motor in
opened it
here.
up,
Threw a chain on the motor.
and drove it, and you saw it yank the...
He yanked the engine out the car.
That's real.
Yeah.
That's a jealous man.
He said, I fixed this.
Yeah, he said,
That's a jealous man, huh?
Yeah.
That what is the Most High? A jealous husband.
That's true.
He's like, listen, you want to sit back here and play the whore, hang out with these Gentiles? I'm breaking all these damn walls down. Y'all come back in and go visit. Go hang out. You want these boys? If you don't want the law, I'm taking the law in general. If you don't want to follow the law, then why are you walking around with the Bible in your house?
Why is it in your house?
Then ban it all together. You don't want to sit back here. You don't want to go to the temple anyway. Loot it all. You want Zeus. You're already going to the Olympics. Honor Zeus. You don't want the Most High. Yeah. So we're going to make you, when you come up to the temple, you're going to honor Zeus. Because that's what's in your heart. He's only reflecting on the physical, what was in our head. Our heart was given to Zeus anyway, so you might as well go to the temple and honor Zeus. Because that's what you're doing on the slip.
It's the opposite of Adam in the Garden of Eden. He kicked Adam out the garden. This time he's bringing the outsiders inside.
Because that's what we want. We just don't want to be forced to do it. We were sitting back here rushing to the Greek house or to the gymnasium to work out to go honor Zeus at these Olympics.
Yeah.
So that means we really want to serve what? There you go. So if you want to serve Zeus all the way. Stop playing these games.
We had
Like you serve Zeus a little here, serve the Most High.
We had tickets to the show.
Con.
To the Zeus
Then
show.
be about Zeus all the way. Most like stop playing this game. This is why he said I want you to be hot or cold. Stop playing this middle stuff. Be all the way about Zeus then. That's that jealous husband vexed at us. Then why act like you love me at all? Because you don't.
And the Greeks do at certain times of the year do human sacrifice.
Yep.
They were about human sacrifice at certain festivals. So the Most High was like, that's what you're about? Fine. You know what I'm saying?
What he's saying is, don't pick and choose the Greek shit you like.
That's the point.
And then stop, no, I don't do that. That's where I say no. I have morals. I'm not doing that.
But
You like be about it all the way.
So we'll just go to the orgies of Dionysus.
Yes.
But we're not going with a burning man, where they burning people up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And I'm going to go to these orgies to be switch hitting. I'm going to be switch hitting my ass off too. But I will not kill them. I will not partake in people dying.
Yeah.
I will not do that. What's the damn difference? Wickedness is wickedness.
We're picking and choosing righteousness, and we're picking and choosing wickedness.
But this is what we do. It's the same thing. We pick and choose what we want to commit to, what we want to serve, and wonder why the Most High deals with us so harshly.
Exactly.
And puts us through extremes. Because you know why he's putting us through extremes? Because this is how he thinks. Be about me all the way, or don't be about me at all. He has an issue with Israel playing the middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Being lukewarm. That's what the Bible says. That's not a war. That's the Bible. So why are you being lukewarm? I'd rather you be about me or be about that left-hand side. So I can get you out of here and move on with my life. We talked about it on Monday.
The figs.
About that pruning. How the Most High had to sit back here and punish Adam with all this extra work, because that's what we put him through when sin was introduced into the world. Now it's all this extra work the Most High got to do in properly judging us.
Yeah.
He's got to constantly sit back and do all this monitoring to make sure this negative influence don't get in the way in this one, and then you're still trying to grow the opposite way. Most High's like, I'm trying to rebuild these guys. Starting off, I just brought them back to their country a few years ago. Then I had to sit back here and make them earn to rebuild the temple. Then they had to earn to sit back here and rebuild their walls. Then they had to earn to get respect by the world, by the laws that we commit to. All this work for 7 years, things that get turned back upside down, and we're starting over again. In 7 years, all of it goes to hell because you want to be like the Greeks? Now we can understand the fury that comes from the Most High through Antiochus. That's the Lord's fury. Let's continue.
It says
Foreign peoples.
Foreign peoples were brought in to resettle the site.
There you go. He's bringing in nations to sit back here and pollute the city. Why? Because you want it anyway. You want to mingle with the nations. Why would he allow the nations to resettle and take cities in Israel? Because you know why? We want it. We want to be with the nations. We want to hang out with them. We want them to be our neighbors and be cool with them and hang out and eat barbecue and eat nasty potato salad. The nasty potato salad.
Eat shawarma.
That's good. But we'll sit back here and act like it's the greatest thing in the world. He says, "This what you want? I'm gonna sit back here and force this in your face."
Yep. Like the animal.
Done. Like that poop. And brothers online will say, there are many stories of rebellious poop. So you were right though, yeah. Retaliatory poop. It was a swarm of responses to that. I was like, my God, I did not know that.
They rebel too.
They have personality.
That's what the Most High said from the beginning of the world. When sin came in, nobody did what they're supposed to do anymore. Right? Nobody listens. Dogs don't listen. Cats don't listen. People don't listen. Nobody follows anybody anymore. Right? It's the truth. Let's continue. Right? It's on Adam's fault. Right?
So you want where he says resettle the site. It says, a new fortress was built upon Mount Zion, and a garrison of troops was left in it to rule the city in the name of the king.
Now Jerusalem became literally a police state
Yep.
ran by Edomites. But if you think about it, the Most High is like, you don't want me to govern you. You want Esau to govern you. So that Esau will govern you then. This is, and if you can look at it from this perspective during the time of the Greeks, now we understand why slavery happened to us and why we were sent to the Americas. For the same reason. We didn't want the Most High to govern us after the fall in 70 AD. We repeatedly showed the Most High we didn't want to be governed. This is why this pie in the sky idea of everybody unifying together, and coming together, it's pipe dreams. It's an impossibility to gather all the nation under one, together as a body. We have not done that since literally David, and we weren't all united then. But we haven't been that united literally since David, and then before that Moses. And how did that turn out with Moses? We haven't been unified ever. Because our number one sin is we want freedom. We don't want to serve. Read on.
It says, at times it seems Antiochus thought of reestablishing or requiring the worship of himself as a god.
That was definitely in him. Because his ego was so bruised by the Romans, he needed to feel good about himself. He needed some get back. So he wanted to be referred to as a god. Read on.
The orgy of persecution became intensified as it's proceeded. There is always in any society a minority whose instincts rejoice in the permission to persecute.
He says there's always a minority of people who rejoice once a person has the green light to inflict punishment on other people. Okay, read on.
It is a release from civilization.
It's almost like you can be a barbarian now.
People.
So whether it was the Jew
primitive,
or it was the Edomite that was given permission to sit back and unleash on the Jews. He says now you can sit back here and not be hospitable and human anymore. Now you can sit back and detach from your human side and just be a brute beast.
Yeah.
And this is what's happening, that the Greeks became just brute beasts to us. But once again, I can read many chapters before this how the Greeks respected us. And how the Greeks gave us nothing but deals.
Yep.
Now it's saying that the Greeks unleashed their savage side on us. Who was the one in control of the Greeks becoming this primal, wicked, beastly people on us? It was all the Most High. He opened the door for us to really feel this pain. Yes, sir.
They spent, what was it, $2 billion modern day dollars on the law for the Greeks to get the law?
Yes.
At the island of Patros?
Yes.
And so it shows you how they respected what we had.
When we were on point.
When we was on point.
They respected us when we earned the right to be respected. When we lost that willingness to stand on our own spiritual principles, and I want to be like the nations, we lost respect. It's like us trying to fit in with the white man. We ain't got no respect. If we were to sit back here and live honorably, that's our only way to respect. And live honorably in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. That's our way out of persecution. Read on.
The agents of Antiochus, having put an end to all visible expression of Judaism in Jerusalem.
So these are the agents of Antiochus. Do you think they were all Edomites?
No.
Hell no. Menelaus was about that life. Menelaus was in power. So it was sell out Israelites too. Read on.
It says, put an end to all visible expression of Judaism in Jerusalem.
And then this is how the Most High says, I have removed you out of my sight.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like this, man. I'm not looking at you right now. You vex me to the point where I I don't want you. If you don't love me, then I'm gonna take away all these pictures out of the house. I'm gonna sit back here and destroy any remembrance between me and you. This is what the Most High is doing to our people. He's like, there's not going to be any remembrance of you and the Heavenly Father, of Israel and the Heavenly Father. I'm removing all remembrance of us. Forget you. I'm turning my back on you. Isn't that what happens in a breakup?
Yep.
Remember that Usher? You don't got a car lot?
Yep.
I'm going to the club. Bam, 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 bam. I'm forgetting that. I'm taking out my phone. All the pictures are deleted. I'm taking you off social media.
Scratch.
I'm moving on. I forgot about you. Situations. And then you jam it out. You're moving forward. This is the most I let me forget these guys.
This didn't work.
I'm cutting you off. And if you don't want the Bible, you don't want me, you want to be Greek, I'm replacing anything that reminds you of me.
Israel wants their lovers.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
I'm giving you the white man. That's what you want. You got that. Forget me. See how he treats you. I'm painting it this way because this is how it is. And it's important to learn how to look at it from his lens. Versus us reading, oh man, the atrocities of the white man. He just did it so wrong. The black man just gets treated just with no respect. You dig? It ain't that. At all.
Yeah.
It ain't that, man. Listen. We should have been this way towards the Heavenly Father.
We had the time and the chance to do it.
We had plenty of times to do it. Keep going.
It says, the agents of Antiochus, having put an end to all visible expression of Judaism in Jerusalem, passed like a searching fire into the towns and villages. Everywhere they gave the people a choice between death and participation in Hellenistic worship.
Listen, the way this story is going is like the story that is taught about Nazism and the Jews in Germany. It is the lore. It's lore because it's definitely lore. Yeah. That they're going through, and the Germans are going through all the towns, the ghettos where the Jews were, and they're knocking on doors, and they're sitting back here and inspecting houses and looking for Jews and doing all these inspections. This is like a witch hunt, and it's happening with our people. Who's teaching? Who has a Bible in their house? Who has the commandments around? Are you guys circumcised? What's going on?
It's systematic eradication of the culture.
And it's a witch hunt, and they're looking for anybody who's not following the rules so they can kill them. This is how the numbers got so high. You're going to read in the Josephus that 40,000 died, and at least 40,000 were sold into slavery. This is crazy. Well, let's continue.
He says, which included the eating of sacrificial swine.
So they constantly sat back here and force you to make a decision. Are you going to sell out? Or are you going to hold your integrity and die? The scary thing is, do you think that this might not happen with us later on?
When you got Trump deporting American citizens or people that's been with green cards and visas.
Yeah, listen. People with green cards and visas are getting sent to Venezuelan prison camps. That's the worst thing it could be, bro. You do not want to be in Venezuelan or Salvadorian prison camps, bro. And you speak English. Like, hey, man, I didn't do anything, man. You're in trouble. You are in trouble in Venezuela or El Salvador, wherever the hell it is. Why am I saying this? Just like this, Israelites can be public enemy number one.
Yeah.
Think about the rise of just the idea of being anti-Semitic. Think about what did Kyrie say that made him be anti-Semitic?
Nothing.
What did he say?
Nothing.
He didn't say nothing, and he was anti-Semitic. All he said is that people of color are Jews, and you are anti-Semitic. So if that is labeled anti-Semitic, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. And if we're in trouble, who got the faith to stand on their godly principle and hold on to their position and say, this is who I am? Or are we going to start using wisdom? That's not wisdom, bro. You just don't say you're an Israelite.
Paul said, "I'm a Roman."
Yeah. You're not using wisdom, brother. Is that we gonna play that card? That's a question. Rhetorical. You ain't gotta say nothing. Because everybody's saying con. You gonna tell your little children, say you're an Israelite, and die like a man? Or a young little lady, and maintain and don't lose who you are? Take it honorably? You gonna tell them that? It's easier said than done. That's easier said than done. Read on.
It says, all
Because
synagogues.
the crazy thing, the scripture says some people are going to die for the Lord's sake. He didn't say how many.
He says,
So
some
you're
will die,
going
some
to
will be
make
thrown in jail.
so you're going to make the determination that you're going to live. Maybe your imprisonment meant the Most High wanted you to go. So are you going to sit back here and not operate honorably in the eyes of the Heavenly Father, just to stay alive for a few more years? These are real questions. But if you're not practicing how to stand up for what's right and take the risk of loss now, how easy is it going to be to take the easy way out later? If you don't learn integrity now, if you don't practice integrity, if you don't practice taking the difficult decision now, do you really think you're going to have what it takes to make the difficult decision when it really counts? This is what Judges 5 and 11 means about rehearsing the what? Righteous acts. So when it's time to make when the real decision matters, have you built up the spiritual decision making that gets you ready to make the move when it counts? That's what the practice is for. That's what the loss and the sacrifice is for. Let's continue.
All synagogues and Jewish schools were closed. Those who refused to work on the Sabbath were outlawed as rebels.
That means you were going to be ostracized and eventually killed. So somebody had to make a determination, I'm going to die. Or I'm going to go to war. Or I'm going to play wisdom and be a coward.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
On the day of the Bacchanalia, the Jews were...
Bacchanalia is the time of celebrating Bacchus.
Mm-hmm.
And Bacchus was the time where anything goes. Debauchery, there is no law.
He's
During the time of Bacchus.
Bacchus is the god of wine and revelry.
Yes. Revelry is wickedness, man. Whatever wickedness you can think of, it is. There was a movie called what was that? It was Caligula. And the movie Caligula was a really foul movie. And if you ever had a chance to watch it, it just showed just a small glimpse of what Rome looked like and the debauchery that happened during Roman times. The movie was Caligula. If you watched it, you didn't really want to watch it. It was like, this is gross. Yeah. But the point is, if you do watch it, the person who directed it said this is only but a small glimpse of what happened in Rome. Very small.
Based on accurate historical information.
Yes.
Not somebody's.
Now listen, the Caligula would sit back here when he felt like he would go to wedding ceremonies and he would enjoy himself with the men and the women, the husband and the wife. And he was like, now you're Roman. He'd walk off and do his thing. And that was small stuff too. Animals, men, women, whatever you can imagine was happening during the Roman times and during these Bacchus times. Same thing. So continue.
Yeah, he would often kill people, have them tortured at the dinner table while he eat his food.
Yeah.
He was a madman.
Yep. And this is what the Greek way is, or the Roman way. Let's continue.
It says
on the day.
Which one?
On the day of the Bacchanalia.
Okay. On the day of the Bacchanalia, the Jews were compelled to deck themselves with ivy like the Greeks to take part in the procession.
You had to take part. You had to get in there. You think they don't sit back here and let you do the lawful fun? They know what was lawful for the Jew and what was unlawful. You had to go to these parties and get turned out. Or you're a rebel and you got to die. That's real. You gonna still play the wisdom? You know what's funny thing is they knew how to break Israel. To force you to submission wasn't just okay. I swear I'm a Greek and I'll do the Greek ways.
No.
Or I will grab some sticks on the Sabbath to avoid dying. No. If you're gonna sit back here and be Greek, you got to partake in our foulness. You gonna do it or not? And if you're not, are you prepared to die? So the Greeks understood how to up the ante and force us to a decision, and put us in a position to compromise right or wrong or not. So this is what was happening to our people. And our people were eating the cheese and partaking to survive. And they expect the Most High to sit back here and honor that decision? Read on.
It says, to take part in the processions and to sing wild songs in honor of Dionysus. And that singing of songs to Greek gods is still alive today. When you look at the Star Spangled Banner, people don't realize that the origin of the Star Spangled Banner was a French song that's a drinking song in honor of the Greek god Anacron. So what people don't realize today is that when you sing the Star Spangled Banner, you're singing a wine song that they sing in pubs, that they were singing in pubs back in Greek times. That's what, oh, say, can you see? All that was written, and that was a drinking song to the Greek god Anacron. So, or not, I don't say he's a god. He was a poet or writer of songs, if I'm not mistaken, for Greek revelry. So even today, we say the Star Spangled Banner, not realizing ignorantly, you're still serving Greek customs. We're still following Greek customs while drinking. Those are party songs. This is so you drink at the bar, you sing at the bar.
You know, they're adding all the other foulness on top of the bass part of the song.
Right, but they just switched the lingo up to kind of make it sound spirited, patriotic, American. But when you look at the origin of it, it's demonic.
And it's all debauchery there.
That's what it's all about.
Because when it boils down to it, they're putting our people, who they're just not trusting, are really being Greek. And they're putting them all these Jews who they don't really think is about being Greek. They're bringing them in these Greek parties. And like, you're gonna be Greek. You're gonna be Greek.
And if you notice,
they're gonna fake it.
And if you notice, before every sporting event, they make you stand and say what?
The pledge.
But the Olympics, any football game, basketball game, any program, in high school, they want you to pledge, or you have to sing. Everybody stand and sing the Star Spangled Banner. Or if you win at the Olympics, the Star Spangled Banner is sung because you won gold. Then if the French win, that their song is sung second. So these songs are attached to who you pay allegiance to, who you pay homage to.
Listen, it's songs, and it's also, this is similar to the Greek. Then our people going into these Greek fraternities and sororities pledging. A lot of times to sit back here and be a part of these sororities and fraternities, you got to do some debauchery. You think it's going to just sit back here and wear T-shirts and that's it? Wear T-shirts to shame you? No, you got to do some foul stuff to get into these sororities and these fraternities.
It's initiation, man.
Those are initiations. What do you think these Dionysus parties are? They're initiations.
Part of the initiation.
Once you show that you're down, you got to show that you're down. Once you show that you're down, you're in. What do you think the fraternities are and sororities? Once you show that you're down, how are we going to abase these women?
You pledge
this new batch of girls this year. How are we going to embarrass them? How are we going to shame them? Once we shame them, you're in. We love you. You get jobs and you have careers. You'll line up to careers. Well, how are you going to get embarrassed? What's going to really break you?
They almost single-handedly put Kamala Harris in office. Almost.
Yeah.
Her sorority.
And she did a whole lot of dirt. Listen, she did dirt at the sorority level. She kept doing dirt on the way up. And then the more dirt you do, the more you're in.
Ask Montel.
Because the thing is this: the more dirt you do, the more they trust you. But the thing is, the dirt is based upon we're going to break you, and we build trust. You ain't going to talk about us because look at what you did. We got the tape somewhere. We can always leak the tape.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see if Diddy really gets thrown in jail. Because if Diddy was smart, he would have kept those tapes somewhere else. Then unleash him as leverage.
He did. He kept him in the Bahamas. That's why when he first got picked up by the feds, yeah, he was on the way to the Bahamas.
You better get the hell out of here. Listen, your real evidence, you better keep it stashed. That's the only thing that will get him acquitted. You're going to just take down a bunch of people. Why do you think, and I'm trying to code this, why do you think so many senators, why do you think the president of Israel had the largest standing ovation out of all the guests that come into the White House? Why do you think AIPAC is the most powerful lobbyist group in the United States? Because on top of the money they give you, on top of the money they get you to support you and your family, they got you on tape. What do you think a lot of this Epstein stuff was about? You know that lady that was with Epstein was Israeli Mossad. She was Israeli CIA.
Maxine?
Yes. So all she was doing was establishing the honeypot scenarios. Honeypot is you out here on this island. You're doing some stuff you shouldn't have did. They got you on tape. After they catch you slipping, they let you know you're on tape. And they say, hey, don't worry, we got you. But when we call on you, make sure you go the way we want you to go.
In favors, yeah.
So now we're going to give you bread, and we got you on tape. Now we can trust you.
But you're in their pocket, though.
Forever. Forever. And that's how they got all of the senators and House representatives to keep swaying the way they want them to go. That's the game. But this is the Greek way. I need to know for sure you're with me. I need to see you do debauchery. And I need to do it to you. What do you think the music industry is? We're going to break you. We're going to see you get broken. We're going to record you be broken. Now you're ours. So all these tactics that the Greeks are doing to conform Israel to submitting to the Greek way is what they do now. It's the same thing. Just in the Greek time, if you don't do this, and if I don't see that you're having a good time, I'm going to kill you. Or I'm going to keep this radar on you, monitoring every little thing you do. And we're going to go to all the Dionysus parties. You think the Greeks had the restraint just to sustain themselves for Dionysus parties? Once a year? You think they was just doing Dionysus stuff one time a year and they were regular Greek citizens that went home to their wife and kids and that was it? No. This was every Saturday, B. This was the demand and expectation that the Jew had to conform themselves to.
And denounce your God.
But you're denouncing your God in your actions. Every Friday. Okay, Bill. Time to come to the house, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got something to know. Are you saying that you're not down with the Greek way, Bob? No, I'll be there. Yeah. Okay, man. Come here with bells on.
And it's soft.
We're waiting for you.
It's soft forms and it's harder forms.
Oh, my goodness.
It's softer forms and harder forms of these, I guess, these themes.
These pressuring tactics.
Based off of how high do you want to go in society.
And a lot of guys kill themselves when they get kicked out the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Because they know that I no longer politically matter. Because that means your kids are not going to those schools no more. That means
so you're going to keep breaking it. You're going to keep
breaking you.
Yeah.
You know, the clubhouse, you're not part of the club.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these guys, that pressure of being in the in crowd or in the club, they can't take it when they say, you know what, your kids are out of here.
You ever see those skull and bone initiations out? Those skull and bone? Listen, they don't show you everything, man. They're not showing you everything. You know, the guy's peeing on the dude. Like, what's going on here? That's all you got to do is get peed on and you're in?
No,
bro, come on. You get peed on, you got to confess a deep, dark secret, and you're in, you're good?
No, you're going out to the forest.
In the forest.
Malek.
Yeah.
The big owl.
And you're doing some real stuff. Anyway, what am I trying to explain? All we're explaining is there's actions behind your denouncing the Lord, and it ain't just I don't have a Bible in my house and I'm going on the Sabbath doing things. It's more than that because they don't trust. So they're going through a series of things to prove that you're really about being Greek, and this is the level of what the Most High allowed Esau to break us, because we were already flirting with this anyway. We were already playing with this spirit.
Yep.
So we're like, man, listen, I'm going to give this to you, and I'm going to just destroy this generation and move on to the next. This is still about, I'm going to give you this whole thing and move on from this generation, because this generation is done. They're already tainted. For him to allow this flood to happen, he's like, they're already tainted. I might as well move on from them and find the next generation. I can't do nothing with these people. And this is how the Most High shows hatred and anger. He shows anger when he lets you do what you want. I'm going to give you all of your fleshly desires. I'm just going to let you do what you want. That's how you know he's turned his back on you. When there's no repercussion. There's no sharp sting. You can just keep making mistakes and you just keep extending and going further out. And you know you're doing wrong and you just keep getting pushed out. And it's like there's no fight to bring you back. You're on your own at that point. And it's up to you to come back to the Most High. But let's continue.
It says, on the day of the Bacchanalia, well, let me continue going down. Many Jews conformed to the demands.
Exactly.
Waiting for the storm to pass.
Listen. How many parties can you take? Waiting the storm to pass before you start liking them parties. That's messed up.
Well, you've already
did it.
Already compromised yourself.
That's my point.
You was at the Diddy party already.
A couple times. Oh, this is gonna stop one day. I'm gonna stop. Yeah. One day I'm gonna stop one of the Diddy parties.
Yeah.
What's that?
It goes back to how much can you take? Because sometimes people have this. People have this conversation. We've heard it many times. I'll do anything once, twice if I like.
Wow.
People say that. That's the idea.
I don't always hear that one. I'm not around guys that keep saying that. That's like a cameo song or something like that.
It's a common statement out there.
But when you look at
I'm not saying this
when you look at
folks saying that stuff, right?
When you look at Ellen DeGeneres, when Puffy was on Ellen DeGeneres' show, and he said he whispered to her, but you could still hear it. He said, "Ellen, don't let me show him the tapes." And then she got quiet. She laughed it off. But when Trump became president, what did she do? She got the hell out of here. Because the idea was that he was going to leak all this footage and all these things, all the Epstein files was going to be released. All this information that was private was going to be released. So her and her lover, her female lover, got out of America and went to a friendly country. I think they went to Denmark or Sweden. Where'd they go? Italy. They went to Italy? Okay, they left. But a lot of these secrets they hold amongst each other, amongst their own social networks and clubs. Like we're talking about the Bohemian Grove. When you look at the Bohemian Grove and how they worship the owl out in California, when you look at that particular style of worship, you can find that Greek worship where you got these young boys that are serving wine and water. And when you go to Philo tells you about these festivals, what they do. The young boys serve, the older boys serve water, and then the young boys serve wine. Yep. But you can read about that in Philo. So these festivals are still alive.
Oh, they drinking more wine or water, man?
Man, you know what? They drinking water first, and then they're gonna go into.
Get them older boys out of here. We want the young boys out here.
They bring the young wine. We want the wine next. But and then Philo just continues to talk about how they ravish the young boys. He says it ain't even necessary for me to go into detail about how they ravish the young boys after they indulge.
So what do you think about this? So what do you think these Greeks are doing to these Israelite families so they can save their life? All right, man, we need your son. We need your 80-year-old son. He got to come to these parties.
Usher.
You got to usher. You got to bring the wine. You're down with the Greek culture, right? If you say no, your whole family is going to get killed, possibly. These are real things. Listen, but the Most High is forced. Think about what's happening from that perspective. He's forcing us in a box. Are you going to stand up for me or no? If not, take your death and move on with your life.
If they do it to their own people, how much more will they do it to us?
Con.
They do it to Justin Bieber.
Con. Either you're going to stand up for me or you're going to disown me.
Yeah.
Like you've been doing. It's like the Most High constantly forces us into a decision, into a significant commitment. Because we're playing around the fence, we're playing with wickedness, we're making wickedness so much about our lives while maintaining the truth. He's like, no, I'm going to force you to a choice. Either be about me all the way or don't. Let's continue.
So he says, waiting for the storm to pass. Many others fled in the caves or mountain retreats, lived on clandestine gleanings from the fields, and resolutely carried on the ordinance of Jewish life.
So then that was the best move. Get the hell out of the city, be in the woods, and barely have enough to survive.
Scavenge.
Because that's what the clandestine gleanings. You might have a little food here and there, but you're struggling. He still shows that is how you stay connected to him. The discomfort, living day to day by faith, is how you stay connected to the Heavenly Father. When you're in Jerusalem, you're comfortable. You have everything you need, but there's a cost to it. You get affected, your children get affected. They don't tell your son and your daughter, hey, we had to do this, man, so we can live.
Yep.
You don't tell your son and daughter that. Just block it out. Forget about it. You living, ain't you?
Yeah.
Get that, man. Let's keep going.
He says, the Hasidim circulated among them, preaching courage and resistance.
I mean, there was a certain sect of Israelites that was still holding true to the scriptures, and through all the suffering and the problems and the starvation, they were exhorting one another to continue.
Yeah, don't give in.
Don't give in. Don't quit. Don't go back there. The Most High will soon get us out of there. But like we talked about a few weeks ago, the Most High puts us through extremes like this to get us to choose a side. Some of us are in these caves, and then you had the Asmoneans, or you had the Maccabees. They end up standing up and rise to the top and standing up for what's right, and the rest of everybody else is cowered down and not just ate pork. They did all these things and they gave in. But once again, somebody had to rise to the top to lead everybody else. And these extreme situations force Israel to a decision. Force Israel to a position so the Most High can work through you. He only works through you when you make that strong choice on the right-hand side. Then the Spirit can work through you. But the Spirit couldn't work through these Hasidim until they made a definite decision to break away and separate from everybody else. Then the Lord comes through for them. We're so busy trying to fit in and acclimate and assimilate spiritually and culturally that we keep watering ourselves down and wonder why the Most High ain't with us. Let's continue, man.
It says, a detachment of royal troops coming upon some caves in which thousands of Jews, men, women, and children were hiding.
So what's happening now? Now you have these Greek troops. Now that they have all these Israelites in city, broken and under tow, now they're going out to look for these groups of Israelites who have separated themselves. We're going to read about this later on in 1 Maccabees, and they were going to war with Jews on the Sabbath day. Okay? But before they went to war with us on the Sabbath day, they're catching us in these caves. And this is a horrible story we're about to read. Read on.
It says, were hiding, ordered them to come forth. The Jews refused, and because it was the Sabbath, they would not move the stones that might have blocked the entrance to the caves. The soldiers attacked with fire and sword, killing many of the refugees.
They didn't move the stones out because it was the Sabbath day. This is the other extreme that Israel rocks in. You sit back and separate yourself from the world, but you don't have common sense.
is the childlike, ultra-religious nature
Golly, bro.
that Israel goes into. That's almost this.
Because it didn't say they didn't go fight. They just said they saw the troops coming up. You can hear the horse stampedes. You can hear it. All you got to do is move the rock and close it. And you don't close the rock because it's a Sabbath day. Not fighting. I'm just not going to move the rock.
Meaning they could have blocked the troops out.
Yes. But Israel is so robotic.
Yeah.
And we lack common sense. So it's either the Israelites who sit back here and are going Greek all the way and getting initiated every week. It's whack. Or you sit back here, you try to keep your morals and standards, and you lack common sense while sitting back here and having a moral compass on the right-hand side.
That means that if they would have picked the stones up and blocked the entrance, the Greeks could have kept going.
Yes. Yes. And they wouldn't have found him, or they would have had no access to kill him.
We have to consider that.
Huh?
We really have to consider that.
I know, because there's Israelites out here every damn day who sit back here and argue over the smallest, most minute, immature things in the world, and they hold their hat on the simplest things, and they miss the big picture.
And that's called over-righteousness.
That's exactly what it's called.
It's called being over-righteous.
It's immature, over-righteous, and they don't have common sense.
And creating your own righteousness, too. Because Israelites to multiply those minutiae false forms of righteousness, because then you can skip the real work. The real work is you.
The real work is
Let's skip that, and let's just be ultra minutia focused. Because I can absorb my mind into that versus doing
Let's focus on new moons.
The real work is
Let's focus on Tyranian purple.
The real work is you.
Focus on all this stuff.
No. Let's focus.
I saw a brother online say, you should only trim your beards on the new moon. Like, what the hell kind of stuff is this? Because it's in cycles, man. It's cycles. I'm like, what are you talking about?
That's ignoring you.
Huh?
That spirit.
That's crazy.
I'm going to enforce this principle. That's not a commandment.
So just you'll be Wolfman. You better wait till the new moon, then you can't be Wolfman no more. You're like, hands out like this, everyone going everywhere out.
But why?
It's okay.
But why?
You just got to be Wolfman until the moon, to the new moon, which is debatable. Is it going to be a full moon? Is it a dark moon? Who knows? Is it a sliver moon? Who knows? Anyway, I'm sorry.
It's Israel.
Ridiculous.
Is Israel using that as a convenient distraction from dealing with themselves?
God, and helping Israel out, working on Israel's problems.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with them.
I'm like, what the hell is this? And the person online said, what verse is that? I was like, thank you.
Yeah.
What verse is that? Can somebody give me a verse that says that craziness?
It's not about that.
And then it ain't about that. Then it was all this circular answers. It was this circular information about the cycle. What are you getting from? You gonna give me some cycles answer on this?
No, because you want to.
This is ridiculous.
Because you want to be in the spirit so bad. You don't want to.
You want to have
you want the new revelation. This is the demon.
No, you want to be the guy that sets the new tone. The guy, the new language.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You want the new revelation. You haven't been under anybody. You're that independent false prophet amongst the Jews. You're seeing that sword in the sky. It's a good sign. It's a good notion. These guys still exist in the earth, in the reincarnation.
Ridiculous.
It's just want to be sheep. Be sheep. Be practical. Make it about
and can you protect your flock? Whoever the hell was ahead of this, protect the flock. Close it.
Close the cave off.
The Most High wants us to die. The funny thing is, throughout our history, the Greeks have done this multiple times, leading up to this point. When I first read this in Second Maccabees about Antiochus and them, or First Maccabees, about Antiochus and them killing on the Sabbath, I said, this is crazy. And that was an ingenious tactic by the Greeks. The Jew didn't know that the Greek does that. That's not true. We got put in captivity literally under Ptolemy the First. The guy that was the head general for Alexander did it first to us. That was like 200 years ago. So it ain't like historically we didn't know that they do this.
Yeah.
And I think because they came, listen, Ptolemy came into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day and captured us and sent us to Alexandria, Egypt. He walked in there, we let him in. And he took us and sent us to Alexandria. And then his son brought us back. He paid our debts and sent us back home. What's the point, though? The point is we know that that's their tactic. So now we're not going to sit back here and learn from the first time and say, okay, listen, man, can we close this rock? Can we? Oh, listen, why have the lock? Why have it wide open in the first place when you're at war? Can you have it cracked a little bit to get some air? There's so many things I'm like, doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. So these Greeks are coming in here. We keep the door open and we're just standing here chilling. It just shows the extreme polarities Israel goes to. It's a damn shame. It really is. It really is. Let's continue, man.
It says, the soldiers attacked with fire and sword, killing many of the refugees and asphyxiating the remainder with smoke. Women who had circumcised their newborn sons were cast with their infants over the city walls to death. The Greeks were surprised to find the strength of the old faith.
But the strength of the old faith only came from what? Catastrophe. When there was no pressure, you saw no faith. When backs weren't put to the wall, then you see faith. This is why that we always have to get put through these extreme scenarios, because you don't see old faith until you back Israel against a wall and force them to make a choice. Then old faith comes out. Because the Most High is like, cream rise to the what?
To the top.
I need somebody to stand up for righteousness' sake and lead my people. So I got to put pressure on everybody just to get the Maccabees to rise up and stand up. To inspire the next guy to stand up. And the next guy to stand up. Or we're going to all be punks in Israel. In Antiochus. Getting destroyed and compromised. Read on.
It says,
The
Greeks were surprised to find the strength of the old faith. Not for centuries had they seen such loyalty to an idea. The stories of martyrdom went from mouth to mouth, filled books like the first and second Maccabees, and gave to Christianity the prototypes of its martyrs and its martyrology.
So what is it saying?
Martyrology.
It's saying the Greeks didn't see faith like this in a long time. The last time it was shown was us sitting back here, standing in all white, and the priests in purple when Alexander came down here to destroy us. And we was ready to sit back and dive in for what was right. But once again, we have to be looking at near-death experiences for Israel fights. So the question is this: what is it going to take Israel to fight now? Same thing. Because Israel is comfortable now. You can't get Israel to do nothing. You can't get Israel to do nothing. Israel is comfortable. Scripture says, Jeshurun waxed fat and what?
Kick.
When Israel gets comfortable, you can't get Israel to do nothing. You can't get Israel to commit to nothing. So the question is this: what is going to get Israel to commit and serve the Most High and cleave to Him? Catastrophe. This is why we're going to have to go through catastrophe to get us to take the Lord serious. Read on.
Judaism, which had been near assimilation.
We were at the point of our Hebrew culture being swapped and switched to Hellenistic. We were this close to completely breaking. 75% of it was our own curiosity.
Yeah.
Then the Greeks came in and pushed the rest of that 20 to 25, forcing us to assimilate.
Yeah, because you have opportunities that come with being Greek. Opportunities, you get acceptance, you get your social status. Your social status climbs up amongst the society because you get to vote, you get certain tax breaks.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You get certain grants. You can become a soldier now. You get leverage. You get leverage when you accept the Greek culture.
Yep. Let's continue.
It says Judaism, which had been near assimilation, became intensified in religious and national consciousness, and withdrew into a protective isolation.
Mm-hmm. Let that go.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to go back to the Josephus. We're not going to go heavy. We're maybe like a few more verses because it's getting late. But I want to get at least on par with the story in the Maccabees, which we were reading in this book. So let's get that. So at 2 Maccabees chapter... No. Before we go there, let's go to Daniel chapter 8. Daniel's 8. Verse 9 through 12.
Daniel chapter 8 and verse 9.
Let me get there, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Daniel chapter 8 and verse 9. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great, toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land.
This is Alexander. This is Antiochus Epiphanes. Was a little horn, a little power that exceeded great towards the south, which is the cold Syria region. Read on.
And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven.
No, it said it waxed exceedingly great towards the south and towards the east, which is all the way through to Parthia in India.
Yes.
Read on. Iran. Read on.
And toward the pleasant land.
Which is Israel. Read on.
And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven.
So he had a great kingdom. Read on.
And it cast down some of the hosts and of the stars of the ground, and stamped upon them.
So when he said he stamped a lot of the stars are Israelites. He stamped the stars of heaven. He stamped some of the stars of heaven to the ground. He helped bring Israel to a low place with his armies, his military, and what we're about to read coming up. Read on.
Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host.
He magnified himself as if he was the prince of the host. He magnified himself as he was the Most High. As if he was the king of all the armies. We read about how he kept contemplating if he should be worshipped as a god. Read on.
And by him the daily sacrifice was taken away.
By him, he took the daily sacrifice away from the temple. Now, he's the one who finalized it. But who really stopped the daily sacrifice in the temple? That was us. Because we stopped doing the work. We despise being priests. Read on.
And the place of his sanctuary was cast down.
And the place of his sanctuary, the Most High sanctuary, was cast down. It was defiled. It was broken down. It was looted. Read on.
And a host was given him against the daily sacrifice.
An army. Remember that army that was put into that citadel? Was given Antiochus against the daily sacrifice. Read on.
By reason of transgression.
So he says, now there was an army of men in the city of Jerusalem that was against the daily sacrifice. That was against anything we did spiritually towards the Most High. That was against us reading the Bible, against us having the Bible, against us having circumcision, against us honoring the Sabbath. There was an army of people or a police force set up in Jerusalem that was against us celebrating the Most High and honoring the Most High. But why? It said by reason what?
Of transgression.
By reason of transgression. So Antiochus didn't do this wickedness just because he was a wicked dude. The Most High used Antiochus as an instrument of punishment because of Israel's transgression. Continue.
And it cast down the truth to the ground. And it practiced and prospered.
He says, and the purpose of Antiochus and his army and military and his police force was to cast the truth to the ground, to eliminate the knowledge, to eliminate the conscience of the Heavenly Father. And he says, and they practiced it, and it prospered. What does it say? And they practiced the system of breaking and changing Israelites to become Hellenistic. Their policies were set up to destroy everything that the Most High had invested into us for the many years. And it was prospering because Israel was sitting back here and conforming day and night constantly. Only a handful were standing up for what was right. So the majority gave in. So now real quick, let's get into Maccabees 5, verse 12.
2 Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 12. And commanded his men of war not to spare such as they met.
So when Alexander came from Egypt, Antiochus, not Alexander, when Antiochus left Egypt and got to Jerusalem, he told his men not to spare anybody. Kill on sight. Read on.
And commanded his men of war not to spare such as they met, and to slay such as went up upon the whole houses. Thus there was killing of young and old, making away of men, women, and children, slaying of virgins and infants.
Young, old, innocent, non-innocent. Read on.
And they were destroyed within the space of 3 whole days.
In 3 days, when he first invaded Jerusalem. Read on.
80.
80, that's 80. Read on.
Thousand, whereof 40,000 were slain in the conflict, and no fewer sold than slain.
So it says 80,000 got wiped out, 40,000 got killed, 40,000 at the very least got shipped into slavery. Listen, the Most High sits back here and sends you to slavery when he's done with you. When he wants you out of his sight. So he was killing. He allowed 40,000 to die. He allowed 40,000 to be sent away. He was trying to uproot the whole bunch of us. He was trying to start over with us. Read on.
Yet was he not content with this, but presumed to go.
So Antiochus was not content with killing 40,000 in slavery, putting 40,000 extra into slavery. But who else wasn't content with this? The Most High wasn't done with the purging. Read on.
But presumed to go into the most holy temple of all the world. Menelaus, that traitor to the laws and to his own country, being his guide.
Menelaus was a sellout, got out of jail, and walked Antiochus through the temple. Showed him what was valuable, showed him what was important, walked him through everything. And Antiochus took all the gold items out of the temple. Read on.
And taking the holy vessels with polluted hands, and with profane hands pulling down the things that were dedicated by other kings to the augmentation and glory and honor of the place, he gave them away.
He says he gave them away. Can you imagine? He gave the temple items away. But that shows how mad the Most High. He didn't even sell them. And he didn't keep them. He didn't sell them or keep them. He said, man, you can have them. Why? Because we were giving them away.
Yep.
Menelaus was giving these items like to the pawn shop. Yep. He was selling them to the highest bidder. So the Most High, like, if you're going to give them away and not take them serious, then I'm going to have him not take them serious. It was a total slap in the face. Read on.
And so haughty was Antiochus in mind, that he considered not that the Most High was angry for a while for the sins of them that dwell in the city.
So he's letting us know why things had to go down. Because the Most High was angry about how we were operating in the city. Read on.
And therefore his eye was not upon the place.
Mm-hmm.
For had they not been formerly wrapped in many sins, this man, as soon as he had come, had forthwith been scourged and put back from his presumption,
yes.
Presumption, as Heliodorus was, whose Seleucus the king sent to view the treasury.
What he's saying is, if the Jews were living right, if we were honoring the Heavenly Father, if Antiochus would have came into the city, he would have got beat to a bloody pulp like Heliodorus was. Heliodorus got beat by angels when he should have come to take the tax money. But he's like, listen, because we were wicked, he let this happen. He defiled the temple because we defiled it first. When we had a value and respect for the temple, Most High sent angels to literally almost kill Heliodorus. This is how he's explaining that what happened had to happen as punishment. Read on.
Nevertheless, The Most High did not choose the people for the place's sake, but the place for the people's sake.
He chose Jerusalem for Israel's sake, and we didn't respect the place nor the Most High. We're going to leave it at that.
That's like Christ saying he made the Sabbath for man and not made man for the Sabbath.
Exactly. And Israel misconstrues that and takes is super extreme on those levels too. But anyway, we're going to stop at that point and leave it there. We'll go and continue the rest of the topic next week. Are there any questions? So once again, we didn't even go into all the detail, but it's bad. And the rest of the story, we're going to finish up this Maccabees. We're going to go on to 2 Maccabees 6 and probably 7, just to highlight all the atrocities that happened during when Antiochus was sitting back here and torturing people. We'll go into that for the next week. Then we'll go into the story from the beginning again, in first Maccabees, and then we'll start seeing how the Maccabees come in and the Most High through all these tense conditions. Honorable men rise up and stand up for what's right.
He said he keeps 7,000 that have not bowed to the temple of Baal.
God, that comes from all the adversity that has to happen too. So, are there any questions on the topic? All right, let's send our present. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael. And the righteous angels. To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yahshua. Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Nothing
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the law. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us light to see.
Blessed are
you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Blessed are
you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou Yahweh. Hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph. In the works of thy hands. O Yahweh. How great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked springeth the grass. And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish. It is that they should be destroyed forever. But thou Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo thy enemies, shall perish. All the workers of iniquity, shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Ba'ashem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'awa, Laduad, Hana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gam, Yachad, Chashman, Hatawab, Ayo, Harash, Yarad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Ayo, Hayab, Manawafiwa, Katal, Karamwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Aroya, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayim, Havalam, Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Rakadawa. Washrali. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Rakadawa. Washrali. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Rakadawa. Washrali. Support. Turn. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, Rakadawa, Washrali, Support. Turn. Rakatha Yahweh, Rakatha Yahushai, Rakatha Yahweh, Rakatha Yahushai, Rakatha Yahweh, Rakatha Yahushai, Rakatha Yahushai. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahushai, the water, Miyat, Aman. Circle up. Okay, I want 2 times. I got you next time, I promise you. So I want to make sure there's no fluke.
Smoothing out in the dark.
You got it. Take your time. You good. You got it. No, you get it.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushai, Wakol Sha'ala, men of Israel, Amajam. We're out.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, Rakatham. Shalom. That's my time. Yes, sir. You got it. Take your time. Make sure you relax.
Saluting out in the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amajam. We're out.
Yahweh Shema Rakatham Ba'ashem Yahushai. Yes, my top. Dismissed. Hold up. Did it. Danny, your turn next, man. No, next week. No, not tomorrow. Look at you. Not tomorrow, bro.